problem, but
Right, the stream started.
okay. Well, good morning and welcome to the opening day of this inquiry. My name is Andrew Sykes. I'm a reporter with the Scottish Government's Planning Environmental.
Excuse me, I can't hear you, Mr. Sykes, very well. You're very quiet.
Might I address that, Graham?
Certainly, I can hear you, but I've turned my volume up. But you were louder earlier on when we were speaking. Is it maybe your microphone you've put in?
Better.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Well, good morning and welcome to the opening day of this inquiry. My name is Andrew Sykes. I'm a reporter with the Scottish Government's Planning and Environmental Appeals Division, known as the DPEA. And I've been appointed by the Scottish Ministers to hold an inquiry to consider an application by Fetteresso Wind Limited, a subsidiary company of Fred Olsen Renewables Limited, to construct and operate the proposed Fetteresso Wind Farm. The application proposes the construction of up to 10 turbines, 2 of a maximum height base to tip not exceeding 200 meters, 2 of a maximum height base to tip not exceeding 180 meters, and 6 of a maximum height base to tip not exceeding 149.9 meters. The wind farm would be located in the vicinity of Fetteresso Forest, approximately 15 kilometers west of Stonehaven in Aberdeenshire. The application seeks consent under Section 36 of the Electricity Act 1989. It also seeks the direction under Section 57(2) of the Town and Country Planning Scotland Act 1997, that planning permission for the proposed development be deemed to be granted. Now, before I go any further, I'd like to say a few things about today's proceedings. Firstly, the meeting is being broadcast live to the DPEA website, and that a video record of the meeting will be retained on the website until ministers have taken a decision on this matter. And in addition, by taking part in this virtual inquiry session, you are consenting to being filmed and to the use and storage of those images and sound recordings, and for any information relating to them for webcasting and training purposes, and for the purpose of keeping historical records and making those records available to the public. Secondly, while we're becoming increasingly familiar with virtual events, could I nonetheless ask you to turn your videos off and to mute your sound when you are not involved in presenting evidence or asking questions. At any point, should you have difficulties in hearing or seeing proceedings, please let me or Graham know by saying so or raising or waving your hand. I'm more than happy to hold proceedings until any technical difficulties have been resolved. Now, thirdly, and importantly, if you're part of a team participating in this inquiry, and there's more than one of you in a room, could I ask you please to ensure that you observe safe physical distancing from your colleagues at all times. And I will suspend proceedings where participants fail to comply with this requirement. It is possible for parties represented by more than one person to join the inquiry on a separate line. Fourthly, I trust that everyone has received the memory stick from the applicant with copies of statements, recognitions, documents that will be referred to during the course of the inquiry. Please let me know if you haven't. All the inquiry documents are, however, available on the DPA website. Now, I should also say that following my site inspections last week, I received a number of representations from residents living in the Chapelton area, and also from a Mr. Burnett, a resident of Bankery. And I trust that you've all had the opportunity to view them, and if not, I'll ask my office to make sure that you receive copies. Now, does anybody have any questions on these matters before I move on? Okay, thank you. Now, in my notes of the pre-examination meeting held on the 24th of May, I set out the procedures that would be followed to hear evidence on a number of topics. In short, it was agreed that the landscape and visual impacts of the proposed development, including the effects of aviation lighting, would be the subject of an inquiry session, which will commence shortly, while hearing sessions would be held to consider energy and planning policy matters and draft conditions, which will follow immediately after the conclusion of this inquiry session. and I've issued agendas for those 2 hearing sessions. Now, with regard to the inquiry session, I propose that evidence is heard in the following order: the applicant first, followed by the council, then by Fewside Community Council, and finally from the local residents that wish to take part. And we agreed at the pre-examination meeting held on the 13th of September that Mr. Clapham, on behalf of the Community Council, Mr. Burgoyne, Mr. Cole, Mr. Kilford, and Mr. Strachan would present their evidence at the first thing on Wednesday morning, and that session will commence at 9:30. Now, last week I was informed that Mr. Kilford is no longer able to participate in the inquiry. And at my site inspection in the Chapelton area last week, I met a Mr. Walker who indicated that he may wish to participate in the inquiry. However, as of this morning, and looking at the screen here, I've not received any notice that he will be taking part. So are parties content with the suggested order in which the evidence is presented? Okay, I'd just like to check now on who will be appearing for each party. And I'll start with the applicant. So, Mr. Innes, who will be appearing for the applicant?
Yes, good morning, sir. Thank you. My name is Colin Innes, and I appear on behalf of the applicant at this inquiry. In terms of witnesses, for the landscape and visual session, I have one witness, Mr. Brian Denny, who's a chartered landscape architect and fellow of the Landscape Institute and a senior director of Pegasus Planning Group. In relation to the 2 subsequent hearing sessions, I will also be accompanied by Ewan Hutchison, Associate Director Consenting at Locogen Limited.
Okay, thank you. And are you able to say how long it might take to present the applicant's evidence, Mr. Innes?
Well, if I could say that in terms of Mr. Denny's evidence, I don't think we'll read the whole of the precondition, but as far as I'm concerned, his evidence is complete. His report identifies all the relevant matters, and I have no subsequent material matters of examination in chief. So I reckon we could probably get through that in half an hour, and he'd be ready for cross-examination subsequently.
Okay, thank you very much. And for Aberdeenshire Council, Mr. Finlay, who'll be appearing?
Yes, good morning, sir. My name is James Findlay, Queen's Counsel. I'm appearing with my own friend, Mr. Ewan Brown, who you can see in the back corner of your picture, instructed by Arlene Gibbs. I'm calling Mark Steele. I imagine he'll be about half an hour in chief as well. On Mr. Innes's timetable, I would suggest we'll get to Mr. Steele sometime this afternoon. And it may be that we'll finish the first 2 parts of the landscape evidence sometime tomorrow. And I was just going to raise the query, sir, with you, whether in those circumstances, given that the residents are going to be heard on Wednesday morning, if there was time available, whether you would contemplate the policy session starting tomorrow if the inquiry session had exhausted the evidence available to it at that stage.
Well, thank you for that. Yes, I'm flexible, want to make the best use of time. So if we do get through that evidence, so tomorrow morning, I'm more than happy to arrange to hold the policy and session tomorrow afternoon. But we'll perhaps revisit that at the end of today, see what the progress we're making. Okay, so thank you for that. For the Community Council, Mr. Clapham, is it just yourself presenting evidence on behalf of the Community Council?
Good morning, Mr. Sykes. Thank you for hearing me. Yes, indeed. So I'll be representing Fewside Community Council, and it sounds to me from your introduction you made this morning that I'll be given an opportunity to do that at 9:30 on Wednesday morning. I will be sort of available for these first 2 days, but I'd rather not sit through the whole thing if that's possible.
That's fine, and as I mentioned earlier on, there will be a recording of today's proceedings posted on the DPA website. So you can perhaps just tune in later in the day to see where we've got to.
That's exactly what I plan to do. And then when I give evidence on Wednesday morning, I will simply be reading out the inquiry statement that we've submitted previously. In fact, I probably won't read it out verbatim. I'll just quickly summarise the 5 or 6 points that are in that inquiry statement. Thank you.
Okay. Just turning to local residents, Mr. Burgoyne, you're on the call. What are your intentions? Are you just going to watch proceedings and then join on Wednesday morning? How do you wish to participate? Mr. Burgoyne, are you hearing me?
Yep. Can you hear me now?
Yes, I can. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. So I'm just wondering what your intentions are. Whether you intend to participate on Wednesday morning when we set aside time for the local residents, you and others, or whether you're going to just simply observe proceedings over the next day and a half, 2 days.
I'm going to observe as and when I can, as I have a full-time job that I'm also trying to juggle, so I can't be on the call all the time. It does lead into, should we have questions to the Olsen group around it, how do we, if we're not here and we listen to the video backwards, can we address questions the day after? Otherwise it puts us in the unenviable position where we can't ask any questions.
Yeah, no, the Wednesday morning session is certainly your opportunity to present your evidence and to ask some questions of the applicant.
Okay, so we can use that as a dual purpose session. Yep. Okay, that's fine. And I will, after this, go and speak to Nick Walker and see, you mentioned in the introduction there, and see what his feelings were, same as the local farmer Dave Morley, and see what they may possibly, because they don't have access to IT, which again is an issue I raised before for those that are how do we say, somewhat so I will speak to them and see what they want to do. Maybe they can access it through my
well, like I said to Mr. Clapham, there will be a recording of each day's events posted on the DPA website, so you can see where we've got to. So, okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Unfortunately, they don't have access to IT. You see, that's why I think virtual is not a very fair way for residents of an older age, being diplomatic, to participate. But I will speak to them. I think they should certainly have their say, as they're heavily impacted.
Okay. Okay. Thank you for that. Thank you. Mr. Strawn, I called you Strachan earlier on. Apologies, Mr. Strawn. Does the same apply to yourself? You're participating on the Wednesday morning.
Yes. I would like to sit through the inquiry, and I'm not sure that I will be contributing in any way, but I would like to hear what's being said.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you for that. Okay, so for the benefit of those not familiar with the inquiry process, and for those watching on the webcast, the inquiry process is more formal than a hearing session. The evidence will be presented by witnesses appearing for the principal parties and others participating in the inquiry, and each witness will read their precognitions or their statement. The witnesses will then answer questions posed by those leading the case for other parties, and those on the same side of the argument cannot, as it were, gild the lily by asking questions to improve their case. They may, however, seek clarification if something isn't clear. And questions may relate to the full precognition of the inquiry report and the documents on which the evidence is based. And I will ask further questions if further information is needed. And particular points may be clarified after cross-examination has taken place. Now, for the purposes of today's inquiry session, the purpose of today's inquiry session is to enable me to obtain information on the effects of the proposed development, including the effects of aviation lighting on landscape character and visual amenity, so that I can make an informed recommendation to the Scottish ministers. So those asking questions should bear this in mind, and I will intervene if the evidence or the questions stray from this particular topic or don't assist me. Now, after today, we will start the following days of the inquiry and the hearing sessions at 9:30. And we will continue to around 4:30, 5 o'clock each day with a break of 1 hour for lunch, perhaps around 1 o'clock. And we'll also have short breaks at convenient points throughout the morning and the afternoon. Now, I just wanted to bring you up to date with site visits. As some of you will be aware, I visited most of the viewpoints, including the applicant's EIA report in June and August on an unaccompanied basis. And more recently, on the 20th and 21st of October, I conducted accompanied site inspections of the application site and a number of viewpoints and routes, including visits to residential properties in the Chapelton area. And I was also able to view the existing Mid-Hill wind farm from the summit of Clackaben on a clear day. And at the request of the Community Council, I drove along the B974 to Cairn Mount at night. I'm happy to undertake further site inspections once I've heard the evidence, should it be helpful to do so. So does anybody have any questions about the procedures to be followed or anything else before we start? Okay, that's good, thank you. Mr. Innes, so can we hear from your witness, please?
Thank you, sir. The first and only witness at the inquiry session about the applicant is Mr. Brian Denny. And in terms of background documents, there is a statement of agreed matters on landscape and visual matters between the council and the applicant, CD 10.9. We also have an inquiry report produced by Mr. Denny, which is 6.15, which provides his full assessment and consideration of matters. And he also has a precognition, which is CD 10.21. In terms of that, Mr. Denny, I have just to say that I have Mr. Denny in the same room. We're socially distanced, and the camera will switch between us. And rather than making everyone seasick, I think probably once I have commenced the examination chief, it will largely focus on Mr. Denny and will not go backwards and forwards if I've just got minor points of clarification, or otherwise it does end up being a bit distracting in the context of the virtual proceedings. So, Mr. Denny, could you have before you your precognition, please?
Yes, I have that.
And in that context, I'm going to probably take the initial section of who you are. I've introduced you, but if you could start reading your precognition once the camera leads into you in paragraph 2, which sets out the background to your rule and in the context of this proposal.
Yes, certainly. The precognition summarises my position on the landscape and visual matters relevant to the application by Fetteresso Wind Limited for the construction and operation of a wind farm, comprising up to 10 wind turbines and associated infrastructure, called Fetteresso Wind Farm. It also addresses any matters raised in the inquiry reports of Aberdeenshire Council and other third parties. It should be read in conjunction with my inquiry report and the Landscape and Visual Impact Assessment, the LVIA, set out in the June 2019 Environmental Impact Assessment Report, known as the EIAR, and the February 2020 Additional Information, known as the AI. I've been involved with the proposed Fetteresso Wind Farm since January 2020, when Pegasus Group were appointed to provide landscape and visual advice in relation to the production of the revised proposed development as part of this instruction. I played a role in the iterative design process for the project, providing landscape and visual input, which was taken into consideration in the development of the final proposals. And just to say in that regard, sir, although I was appointed in relation to this appeal in January 2020, I was asked to provide some independent advice prior to that appointment late in 2019. The Fetteresso Wind Farm site, which lies at around approximately 300 metres AOD, benefits from topographic containment as a result of the surrounding higher landform in close proximity to the west, north and east. The existing Mid-Hill wind farm lies immediately northwest of the site, and the proposed development would be, in landscape and visual terms, be an extension to this existing wind farm. It comprises both Mid-Hill 1 and Mid-Hill 2, which were constructed concurrently. The final design of the revised proposed development was a result of extensive design iteration work, responding to an understanding of the local landscape and its visual amenities, and feedback of consultees. I then deal with matters raised in the Aberdeenshire Council reasons for objection, commencing with reason for objection 1. It is accepted that the scheme would give rise to some significant effects on the local landscape character in the vicinity of the site. However, that does not mean that development has failed to respond appropriately to its landscape setting in terms of its scale or character. The design process for the wind farm was one where landscape and visual effects have been addressed in a reasonable manner, and this resulted in a well-designed and well-sited scheme, which is considerate of the natural environment and the local and wider landscape setting of the site. Part of LCT 29, in which the proposed development is located, is not as sensitive as suggested in the reasons for objection, nor does it have the high visual prominence which the reason for objection identifies. It is clearly different from the landscape near to other more sensitive parts of Highland boundary where other proposals have been refused. I then deal with reason for objection 2.
So sorry to interrupt, but Mr. Denny's breaking up from time to time as far as we can ascertain it. Yeah, I don't know whether you're having the same difficulties.
Yes, from time to time it is indeed breaking up. Graham, I wonder if you're still on the line. Are you able to help us in any way?
I wouldn't know. I mean, that's a system that the applicants got in themselves, so it'd be at the end. Certainly, I didn't, listening in, I couldn't hear any breaking of the, when he was doing his, doing his precognition at my end.
I've just moved the microphone, sir. Does that make things any better?
I can hear you well now. Mr. Finlay, are you able to hear Mr. Denny?
Yeah, that sounds a bit better to me. Absolutely. I'm just anxious that Mr. Denny is properly heard. That's all.
Counterintuitively, I've moved it further away. So if there's any problems, I'll try and move it further away than that.
Okay. So.
Reason for objection 2. I do not agree that the LVI has underestimated the potential landscape and visual impacts of the proposed development, as suggested by the Council. In particular, I do not agree that the LVI has underestimated the difference in scale between the proposed development and the Mid-Hill Wind Farm. In this regard, it is not agreed that the difference in height between the two schemes would create a sense of wind development advancing and encroaching in the landscape, including when viewed LCT 4 and LCT 29. Rather, the scheme has been designed specifically with regard to the relationship between the proposed development and Mid-Hill Wind Farm and any potential scale disparities between the two schemes. It has further been addressed with the design iteration which led to the revised proposed development. The matters raised in the inquiry report of Aberdeenshire Council, prepared by Mark Steele, are largely already addressed in my inquiry report, where I consider each of the Aberdeenshire Council reasons for objection in turn. To confirm, however, in line with the findings of my inquiry report, I disagree with the position as set out by Mr. Steele in his conclusion at paragraph 8.2.4, that the Aberdeenshire Council reasons for objection are valid. I briefly address some of the additional matters set out in the inquiry report of Mark Steele below. I note that in section 2 of his evidence, Mr. Steele considers elements from the application submission from the Mid-Hill 1 and Mid-Hill 2 wind farms and discusses the iterative design process in relation to those earlier schemes and how this relates to the current proposals. He also refers to the report of the Scottish ministers in relation to the Fallago Rig Wind Farm at CD 7.1. He concludes that the proposed development would not be consistent with the design and mitigation measures that have secured consent for the existing development. The matter of the design and evolution of the proposed development and how this included consideration of the relationship with the existing Mid-Hill Wind Farm is set out in paragraphs 213 to 221 of my inquiry report and is not repeated here. Nonetheless, it was considered by the design team that proposals achieved a balance where the benefits were able to outweigh the harms, and that this form of layout of turbines was therefore appropriate for the site and its location. It also considered that the application is materially different to that of the Fallago Wind Farm extension. In terms of the relationship between the proponents of the relationship developed in the Mid-Hill Wind Farm, and the same conclusions would not apply. Regarding the matter of landscape capacity, paragraphs 3, 4, 1 of his evidence, Mr. Steele advises that the Aberdeenshire Council is confident the strategic landscape capacity assessment remains valid. And he goes on to note at paragraphs 433 that the capacity assessment finds that proposed development is located in an area with no underlying where cumulative impacts limit capacity and where the underlying capacity has been exceeded. I addressed the matter of landscape capacity at paragraph 425 of my inquiry report, where I noted that NatureScot now consider that studies should not be referred to as capacity studies, where no regional or local targets are available to determine that capacity. They have said that landscape sensitivity assessments should reflect their purpose, which is to provide strategic assessment of relative landscape and visual sensitivity to certain defined forms of development. I am mindful that the applicant's challenge to the applicability of the capacity assessment is to be considered during the hearing session on planning and renewable energy. In section 5 of his inquiry report, Mr. Steele considers the matter of siting and design for wind farms. In his summary, he notes at paragraph 5.4.2 that the fundamental design issue arising from the disparity of the scale of the existing proposed turbine rotor diameters identified by Aberdeenshire Council is neither addressed in the EIAR nor the SNH NatureScot consultation response. And he goes on to note in paragraph 543 that the proposed development is not consistent with the NHS NatureScot guidance regarding perspective or compatibility regarding turbine scale and rotational speed. The matter of the potential for a difference in rotor diameters between the existing and proposed scheme to give rise to landscape visual effects was considered during the design process. The difference in rotor diameters was also subsequently considered within the assessment process when identifying the potential significant landscape and visual effects. It is not the case that a difference in rotor diameters between one wind farm and another scheme nearby automatically renders a scheme unacceptable. Rather, what matters is the extent and nature of the landscape and the visual effects that would ultimately arise. In this case, the significant effects would be limited and localized in nature, and this was acknowledged by NatureScot in their consultation response, as I identified in paragraphs 510 of my inquiry report. With regard to effects on landscape character, Mr. Steele notes in his conclusions of paragraph 6.3.2 that the comparative height and rotor diameter of the Fetteresso turbines is considered to create a sense of encroaching development, which undermines the sense of openness associated with LC 29 and 24. This is not agreed. I addressed the matter of effects on LC 24 and 29 in detail in sections 3 and 4 of my inquiry report, and do not repeat that here. Mr. Steele also concludes that the extent of significant landscape effects within LCT 29 and 24 would extend beyond 5 kilometres and up to approximately 7 kilometres from the proposed development. Again, this is not agreed. The LVIA undertook a detailed assessment of the effects on both character types and identified the extent of significant effects would be 5 kilometres. That is not to suggest that the turbines would not be visible in the landscape between 5 and 7 kilometres from the site, but that they would not give rise to such an effect on the character of the landscape that they could be considered significant. In this regard, it is noted that parts of the wider LCT, the wider 29 summits and plateau, Aberdeenshire, may be of higher sensitivity than the part which lies approximately to the site, in proximity to the site, which is influenced by nearby commercial forestry plantations and the presence of existing 33 number mid-hill wind turbines. Regarding visual effects, Mr. Steele includes at paragraph 7.3.3 that a higher magnitude of change would result in significant effects at viewpoints 5, as well as access routes to Clachan-y-Ven. He also states at paragraph 7.3.4 that the visual effects of the proposed development from the road network are not confined to localised sections of the minor road through the valley below the Cray of Glenbervie. There are also likely, he says, to be significant effects from sections of other minor roads to the southeast. It's not agreed that there would be significant effects at viewpoint 5, or the access routes to Clachan-y-Ven, or on the other minor roads to the southeast, and this matter was addressed in my inquiry report, paragraphs 427, 427, 516. I then turn to matters raised by third parties. My inquiry report also considers the matters relating to the consultation responses the matters relating inquiry statements of the third parties. These include the responses of the third parties who are appearing at the landscape and visual components of the public inquiry, namely the Community Council, Mr. Cole and Mr. Kilford, and the reporter also considers consultation responses of Nature Scott, defined known as natural heritage. And then I turn to my overall summary. I consider that Fetteresso Wind Farm is an appropriate form and scale of development that can be accommodated within its local and wider landscape context, whilst giving rise to only localised and significant landscape visual effects. The extent of any landscape and visual effects would be notably limited by the topographic containment of the proposed development as a result of the higher landform in close proximity to the west, north and east. Localised significant effects of wind farms in terms of views and character are an inherent and inevitable consequence of such a development, should not of themselves be considered a justification for refusing a wind farm in a landscape outside a nationally designated landscape, such as this one. In that context, having considered the Aberdeenshire Council's reason for objection, the consultation responses of SNH, now Nature Scott, the representation of other parties, including the Community Council, Mr. Cole and Mr. Kilford, it is considered that there are no grounds in terms of landscape and visual matters, when considered in their own right, upon which to refuse consent in respect to the proposed development. The landscape and visual effects identified should be judged within the context of an appropriate consenting balance and not in isolation.
Thank you, Mr. Denny. Thank you, sir. That concludes the examination in chief. Thank you, sir.
Okay, well, thank you very much. Mr. Finlay, questions for Mr. Denny.
Thank you, sir. Good morning, Mr. Denny. Could I first ask you to turn to the Nature Scott guidance, siting and design, which is CD 6.7. And it's electronic page 33 of 50 for those who are following it, and it's paragraph 416. Do you have that?
I do have it, yes.
I don't think it's particularly contentious guidance. It's just setting the scene. It says proposals for extensions to existing wind farms can give rise to similar issues of consistency as those arising from adjacent wind farm developments, and similar design principles should apply. And this is effectively an extension rather than an adjacent wind farm, isn't it?
Yes, it is. It reads and appears in the landscape.
Great. Well, I didn't think it was
Sorry, I'm sorry to interrupt. Mr. Finlay, I can't hear the answer. I wonder whether you could repeat your question and answer, Mr. Denny.
My question was,
Sorry, sir.
should this be viewed as an extension to an existing wind farm rather than an adjacent wind farm? And I understand that Mr. Denny agreed with me.
Yes, it reads in the landscape as an extension.
Thank you.
Yep.
Still getting to everything I say, unfortunately.
And then the next sentence says design objectives and principles should echo those of the original wind farm. Now, that's just guidance and it's not an absolute, but it's clearly the design objectives and principles of the original wind farm will be relevant, won't they?
Yes, that's right. I mean, the SNH citing it design. I'm finding it quite difficult, I'm afraid, sir, because every time I say anything, immediately afterwards,
there's echo.
Yes, I agree, Mr. Denny. I'm finding it very difficult to hear your answers. I'm getting that echo sound.
I'm finding it difficult to say the next sentence, sir, because as I'm trying to say the next sentence, my own voice is repeating back the thing I said previously.
Okay.
Although it didn't happen then.
I'm at a loss to know where the okay. I'm at a loss to know where the problem lies, whether it's with Aberdeenshire Council's setup or indeed your setup, Mr. Denny.
I would suggest
once
Finlay has spoken, he mutes himself. I think that's where we've got a problem there somewhere. So once Mr. Finlay's asked the question, he mutes himself, then Mr. Denny can speak. It's when they're trying to talk at the same time, I think there's a problem there.
Okay. Can we give that a go, Mr. Finlay, Mr. Denny?
Yes,
Certainly, sir.
I'll have a go at that.
Okay, thank you.
So,
I think I can answer your
just
question, Mr. Finlay.
put that again to you. It's design objectives and principles of the original wind farm, and indeed the design rationale of the original wind farm, having regard to the third sentence of 416, are clearly relevant and material considerations, irrespective of the extent to which the guidance says that they should be should echo those, or they should not be eroded.
Yes, I think that the role of siting and designing wind farms in the landscape is a consideration for the reporter. It's the thing one needs to be clear on is that, as you quite rightly said, it is guidance. It is not a set of rules that one has to either pass or fail. And indeed, in my own experience, not only are there no wind farms in Scotland which have been approved, which you would get a tick for all of the things, indeed you would not get a tick for most of the things in siting and designing, because even as Nature Scot or SNH themselves realise, and it's implicit in the guidance, is that if you follow the guidance in one regard, then you'll be contrary to it, when you move to a different part of the landscape. What it is, it's a set of guidance instructions which try to help give you pointers towards making a wind farm as good as it can be, but it isn't a set of tests which you need to pass.
Well, we can come back to that, but we're agreed that they're relevant. And in order to find out what the design rationale is, or the design objectives and principles were of the original wind farm, or in this case, wind farms, I suggest it's necessary to go in, or would be helpful to go and look at the EIARs from those wind farms. And so with that in mind, could I ask you to turn to CD 7.12, which should be section 3 of the EIAR for Midhill 1.
Don't have that in my all documents. So I don't know whether somebody is able to make a hard copy available to them.
It is on the.
I just apologise, sir. I'm just being appointed to where to find that in the data room.
Section 7.
Sorry, I have it. It was listed under previous decisions, but I have that now. Apologies.
Okay.
And if I can ask you to turn to electronic page 7, which I think is page 20 of the hard copy, but it's page 7 of 13, and paragraph 3.3.2 at the bottom right-hand corner of the page.
Turbine type and layout design.
Yes. What it says is the aim of the turbine layout design process was to arrive at a wind farm proposal that would make best use of the wind resource, would be technically feasible, would be environmentally acceptable, particularly with regard to landscape and visual effects. but also the avoidance of ecological sensitivities and design with respect to existing infrastructure that might be affected by including radar, TV reception and communication links. First of all, I think in your evidence you'd set out the design objectives of Fetteresso Wind Farm, but they are broadly equivalent to the design objectives they're set out, aren't they?
Yes, they are, because the Fetteresso Wind Farm took into account the same design issues as previously, because they was looking at the full scope of what the benefits or the negativities may be to make best use of the site.
And then if we go over the page, still in the same paragraph to the second bullet point under turbine type, size and number, decisions on turbine size and number required consideration of the nature and scale of the landscape within which the turbines would sit, the constraint of existing access routes, the capacity of the local grid network, and the wind characteristics. I won't read. That's to an extent motherhood and apple pie, but the nature and scale of the landscape within which the turbines sit has not changed since Mid-Hill 1. Mid-Hill 1 has been built. There are other interventions on the landscape, but the underlying nature and the scale of the landscape is exactly the same, is it not?
Yes, it is. Of course, the thing that has changed, because I would obviously say that was then and this is now, is that the technologies and the sorts of turbines which developers are seeking to deploy are different in size and scale. And certainly they're different to the technologies that were available to develop at the time. So when you're looking at things in the round rather than individually, not only are you looking at the landscape, but you're also looking at matters like wind resource, wind shear, etc. And of course, the turbines being deployed at the time couldn't make best use of parts of the site that current modern turbines are capable of making use of. So certain things are different, although the landscape parameters are the same.
I think that I'm sure other things have changed, but we're here discussing landscape and visual impact, not turbine efficiency or wind speed. The consideration is
design.
Yeah, absolutely. Consideration is also given.
You have to look at matters in the round.
Sorry, I missed that exchange. Sorry, Mr. Finn, I missed that exchange.
I'll do my best to rehash it.
Thank you very much.
The point I put to you, Mr. Denny, was that the nature and scale of the landscape has not changed, and that whilst and that matters such as technology have moved on, which I accept, that doesn't change a landscape judgment.
It doesn't change the fact that the landscape hasn't changed, but what I put to you was that in considering a iterative design and the design of a wind farm, then you need to look at all the factors which are being taken into consideration in the round. You can't salami slice them and look at one at each individually, because that doesn't work. They need to be looked at and balanced one against another. What I was putting to you is one of the factors that you need to consider alongside choices of turbine location in relation to landscape and landform, how things have moved on with technology, how the site can be used by modern turbines in a way that it couldn't be used by the older typographies.
But as I understand your evidence, you're not suggesting that the choices made in this document was because of typology of turbine, nor are you giving expert evidence as to whether different turbines are now more suitable in particular parts of this site than they were before. You haven't covered that at all, have you?
No, I'm just giving you my experience of undertaking wind farm design, which is something I do regularly and that you and I have discussed before. And I do know that turbines do not all give rise to the same generation, or make best use of the available wind resource dependent on where they're located in the site. And the type and typography of the turbines which you are locating on a site will dictate optimum for a given site in any given time. What was optimum in the past may not be optimum today.
In terms, Mr. Denny, I accept that in terms of the optimum for production, but in terms of judgments as to landscape, impact on landscape and visual impact, they don't change with judgments as to or the advances in technology of turbines, do they?
Well, actually they do. All the time in wind farm design, you're trying to balance the generation of renewable energy against a number of matters, and I won't step into heat and ecology, although they're part of the considerations of wind farm design, but just sticking to my own discipline of landscape. I've had plenty of experience of this, where you might find that a given turbine in relation to how much generation it is contributing to a scheme gives disproportionately more harm in terms of the landscape and visual effects than other turbines within a scheme. And so if you're looking to achieve a balance at any given time in the past, you may come to a time not balance in the past than you do now, because of course it might be the turbine in a modern scheme may give rise to landscape and visual effects of a particular nature, but also gives rise to greater power generation than its predecessors might have done. And that changes the balance within a landscape design for a wind farm.
Mr. Denny, I'm very concerned that you're straying into giving evidence about matters which aren't covered in your report. Are you suggesting in this case that those factors which you have alluded to are matters that pertain to the assessment of landscape or visual impact of the proposed Fetteresso turbines? Or,
no, they're not.
Because as I understand your report, let me just finish. As I understand your report, you suggest that the balancing exercise is for others to undertake.
I do, and that's quite correct, Mr. Finley. And no, those matters do not affect landscape and visual impact assessment. That is purely an objective assessment of the landscape and visual effects of a scheme. I was answering your questions, which related to wind farm design, which is a different matter.
Well, sure it was entirely, but anyway, let's go on to the facing the right-hand column on the same page, having under the paragraph 3.3.2.2 turbine size and type and size and consideration of alternatives. Conclusion is this: the design of the wind farm included consideration of a range of horizontal axes, three-bladed turbines to determine what size of turbine would be most appropriate for the site. The approach was guided through consultations with the visual and landscape consultant. It's concluded that turbines with a tip height of between 100 and 125 meters would be best suited to the topography of the site and the wider landscape in which it would be located. Now that's a simple landscape and visual judgment, is it not? That it's those
it is,
that height range. Is that or is that not a simple landscape judgment made at the time?
It is a simple landscape judgment made at that time. Yes, you're quite right.
And as we've agreed, the scale and nature of the landscape has not changed. And if turbines of 100 to 125 would be best suited to the topography of the site, doesn't it follow that turbines of 150 to 200 meters are at odds with that judgment?
Not in the way I think you're putting it to me. The fact that at a given point in time, I mean, if you turn the clock back to when the only typographies that were available might be turbines of 80 meters or turbines of 100 meters to blade tip, developers were looking to see how they could develop a scheme with the typographies and the turbines available at the time, which might be capable of getting consent, and particularly, hopefully, which might be capable of not getting an objection from the local planning authority. Now, you have to look at that in the context of what was available at the time, what was considered to be a large turbine at the time, and things change and things move on. That was then and this is now. a judgment that was made about what someone considered to be suitable at a time when 80 or 100 or 110s were the topographies that were being deployed, doesn't mean that at some time, many years in the future, a site may not be capable, with all the things that have changed and the difference in the need and the difference in the generation from turbines, that a larger scheme may still be both appropriate and consentable at a different period in time. And indeed, we've seen that happen across Scotland.
Well, let's get away from trying to stick to your evidence on landscape and visual impact. A larger scheme, whether or not a larger scheme or a more productive scheme is appropriate, is for ultimately the reporter in his report to ministers. But in terms of a judgment, which you agreed was simply a landscape and visual judgment, that the tip height of 100 to 125 metres would be best suited to the topography of the site and the wider landscape. And unless that was not the actual view held by the author of this document, introduction of turbines up to 200 metres is at odds with that, is it not? On a simple landscape and visual impact.
No, the judgment was made at that time in the context of the topographies of turbines which they were looking to deploy, and I accept that that was the judgment that was made. That doesn't mean to say that at another point in time, different scheme with different topographies cannot of itself also be an acceptable response to the site under changing conditions and circumstances.
Go on to page 11 of 13, when the design X final layout is being considered, and you should have on the left-hand column stage 3.
What's the page number in the
page 24 in the hard copy, page 11 of 13 in the CD document.
Yes, I have the page 24 in front of me now.
And then if you see towards the end of the paragraph under stage 3, adjustments were made where necessary in tower height and turbine fine positioning to compensate for any visual misbalance. The result was a 25 turbine layout which was visually well balanced when viewed from the key viewpoints around the site, avoiding the more sensitive areas, was technically acceptable and economically favourable. So that was the judgment at the time, and then the ultimate conclusion is on the right-hand column in the box above paragraph 3.3.3. It is considered that the layout, turbine size and number of turbines are appropriate to the scale and landform of the site and are the end result of a sensitive, well thought out design process whose goal was to provide the best balance of clean energy production, technical constraints and environmental impact. Now there you have that. I accept the balance that you're talking about, but the best balance of energy production, environmental impact was clearly quite different then than the balance that is now being proposed, is it not?
Yes, it is. It's because the balance and the need changes, and that changes how you can look at a design or a scheme for turbines in the landscape at the present time. To give you an example, I worked on the repowering of Hagshaw Hill, which is Scotland's oldest wind farm, the first one to be approved. If you looked at that very old wind farm and how landscape judgments were made of turbines on that site, they'd be very, very, very different from the impacts that the repowering scheme gave rise to, and yet that repowering scheme with substantially larger turbines in the landscape was approved by the Scottish ministers, because a whole host of things change over time, and because a scheme was deemed to be an appropriate response to the landscape at some time in the past, does not necessarily mean that a different scheme might also be an appropriate response to the landscape now, given the circumstances in which we're looking to deploy turbines in the Scottish landscape.
I accept that because one scheme is appropriate, that doesn't rule out other schemes for being appropriate. But if there are judgments as to best fit in landscape scale, that's a different matter, is it not?
It's best fit of the turbines they were looking at and seeking to deploy at the time, and in the circumstances they were doing so. And now, I don't know the details behind this because it's a long time ago and I wasn't party to it. But I imagine just exactly as we were doing with the Fetteresso Wind Farm, those involved in that scheme were looking to try to get to a scheme which wouldn't give rise to a local level objection. Now, that will colour how they seek to develop that scheme to accommodate what might be being said about it at that given point in time.
It shouldn't colour their professional judgments, though, should it?
Well, yes, because you're looking at, I mean, I couldn't envisage when I started working on wind farms with turbines at 80 metres, and when we came to deploy turbines at 110, they seemed to me at the time so big and the landscape effects so great that one could hardly see how they could get permitted. But we now know that not only do we deploy 110s, we deploy 125s, we deployed 135s. I was involved in the very first scheme in Scotland that had turbines of 135 metres in height, and that seemed exceptionally large at the time. And yes, did colour one's view of how one was seeking to deploy those in the landscape and how sensitive we were trying to be, because at the time we were always balancing the impact on the landscape with the generation that design would give rise to. All I'm saying to you is times have moved on, we're looking and we're seeking to deploy more effective, more efficient turbines with greater generation. And that gives rise to a whole different set of considerations we need to take into account.
Suggest to you, Mr. Denny, that you're taking into account non-landscape and visual considerations in reaching that view, but no doubt the reporter's got the point. You can move on. If you go now turn to 713, CD 713, which should be chapter 6 from the Midhill 1 EIAR, and if you've got a full copy of it, it's page 54 I'm looking at, and page 12 of 27 of CD 713.
Copy I have before me at the moment, so it's 7.13. Just downloading that. Apologies, it's obviously a big document.
Let me know when you've had it downloaded.
I've got it on screen now. Which internal page was it?
Well, if you have a 27-page document, it's internal page. Well, it's page 12, electronic page 12, and it's page 54 of internally. Should have paragraph 6.3 at the top left-hand side.
Does I have that before me? Principal elements.
Thank you. So it's setting out provisions on the principal elements of the proposal, and then on the right-hand side, just above paragraph 6.3.1.2, you have a paragraph beginning, however, it was also felt appropriate given the variable topography, consider using turbines of differing heights in order to secure a more balanced, rhythmic and controlled and thus designed appearance. Accordingly, 20 turbines are 85 metres to hub and 125 metres to blade tip, and 5 turbines at 60 metres to hub and 100 metres to blade tip in the vertical position. Depending on the turbine choice, transformers will be either housed on the top of the nacelles or in smaller units adjacent to each tower. And that is, again, that is also helpfully trying to identify the design rationale and design objectives and principles of the wind farm, is it not?
Yes, it's a very reasonable response.
Yes, it's a very
reasonable response. Sorry, back to the echo again. It's a very I think, Mr. Finder, you may need to mute.
I was a bit slow in muting, but I've muted now.
That's a very reasonable response to designing a wind farm. It's certainly one that I would and have deployed myself to achieve as good a balance within the wind farm as one can. And indeed, that is also, of course, what has happened with the Fetteresso wind farm, which has specifically taken that on board and is one of the design principles of Fetteresso.
And then if we move on in this document to page 21 of 27, which is hard copy page 63, it's under the consideration of landscape resources. And if you have the bottom paragraph on bottom left-hand paragraph of page 63, underneath a quotation, do you have that? And then I'll read out the appropriate.
Does it start potentially significant effects would not arise? That's my last paragraph.
We're on the right page, but if you go to the left-hand column.
Yes.
Just picking it up in the last line, it is felt that significant effects, i.e. those of moderate, major and/or major significance with respect to landscape character, would likely to be felt up to a range of around 5 kilometres to 7 kilometres or thereabouts of the turbines in this landscape, which is not highly valued at the national level, but is valued in part at the local level. Now that is a judgment by the designer of the impact on character, on landscape character, which relates to 125-metre turbines, is it not?
Yes, it is. I mean, again, that's a consideration at the design stage, and one has to look at each scheme on its merits and the details of the LVIA as to what the exact nature of the effects are.
And just show that there's no doubt. If one goes to the third full paragraph or second full paragraph on the right-hand column, beginning in the second line at the end of the line, beyond a distance of 5 to 7 kilometres, the effect upon landscape character would diminish to below significant levels. And I won't read it in full. In contrast, in this case, both the author of the EIAR and the AI and yourself consider that turbines which are significantly taller will have an impact on landscape character which is less than that. That's correct, isn't it?
Yes, because what you need to consider is that when you're introducing wind turbines in the first instance into a landscape that has no wind turbines, there's a greater likelihood of there being significant effects because you're measuring the effect of putting a wind farm into a baseline where turbines are not a component or characteristic of either the character of the landscape or of views. When you're dealing with an extension, you're putting an extension into a landscape that already is characterized both in terms of its character and of views by an existing wind farm. That can serve to do two things. You can get greater effects, greater cumulative effects, but also you can actually have effects which are not significant because the change in a view or a change in character brought about by an extension may of itself not be significant over and above that of the baseline, where the existing wind farm has already made the lion's share of those changes to either character or views. For example, as said many times in reporters and ministers' decisions, where one is seeing a wind farm in a location which is already characterized by previously seeing a wind farm, for example, which is different to seeing a wind farm in a landscape where previously no wind farm was visible.
Yes, Mr. Taylor, I can understand that, and viewpoint 5 Clackavan, which we'll come to, may well be a good example of that, whereas there may have been a significant impact with the original wind farm, but there isn't or perhaps I think it may be viewpoint 10, where there was an impact with the significant impact with the original wind farm, but not a significant impact of the extension because of the factors you've just alluded to. But the point I'm putting to you here is different. The quotation I read to you is that the significant effects are likely to be felt up to a range of 5 kilometres to 7 kilometres. And what I can't understand is how smaller wind turbines could give rise to an impact that could be felt, whether significant or not is not an issue at this stage, at a longer range than you say would be the effect would be felt for turbines which are up to 75 metres taller. That's not the same point that you just answered.
That's because, first of all, that's indicating what that LVIA considered to be the range of effects, not necessarily borne out by the detailed assessment of the LVIA. But notwithstanding the fact that these turbines are on a different part of the site, they read differently with the existing turbines. And for example, there are some views in the landscape where the existing Mid-Hill Wind Farm would lie between you and the Fetteresso Wind Farm. So the effects of the Fetteresso Wind Farm are different from the effects of the Mid-Hill Wind Farm. If they were assessed on a
clearly they are in some instances, but I'd suggest to you that, for instance, if you take just regard to turbines 1, 2, and 3, and have regard, I think, if I've got my geography correct, viewpoint 10, they're going to be closer to it, they're taller, and it's very difficult to understand how it could be said that the effects on landscape would be likely to be felt at a lower range rather than a taller range, rather than a greater range, which is the point you're seeking to defend.
I think you're misunderstanding me. The visibility of those larger turbines may extend either over the same distance or potentially over a greater distance due to their height. What you're talking about is the likelihood of significant effects, which is a different matter. Clackenham may be an example. If you were introducing the Mid-Hill turbines into a view of the turbines from Clackenham in a direction in which no turbines were part of the view or the character of the landscape, one might conclude a significant effect at the time when one was dealing with Mid-Hill. Once Mid-Hill is in the baseline, then from Clackenham, you're looking in a direction in which turbines already characterize the view, and the addition of further turbines may or may not give rise to a significant effect in that context. That's the difference. You have to look at the scheme on its merits, not merely what happened in the past, and say that must obviously dictate what also happens in the future.
Mr. Denny, with respect, you answered a question about landscape by reference to visual matters. I'll put it to you once more and then I'll move on. I'd suggest to you that your approach to where effects on landscape character, the range up to which effects can be felt, is inconsistent with the judgments formed in this environmental statement, because you suggest that the effects will be limited to 5 kilometers for much larger turbines than the author of this document was prepared to accept that smaller turbines could have an effect up to 5 to 7 kilometers.
I can't speak for them because I'm not assessing their scheme. What I can speak for is that the LVIA undertaken by Stevenson Halliday correctly, in my view, assessed the location and the nature of the landscape effects. And I agree with that assessment. I've seen what they've said. I've seen how they came to their judgments. And I can say that I agree with their judgments as to the extent of the significant effects.
So did I understand you there to say that you agree with their judgments, Stevenson Halliday's judgments at that time?
No, I agree with the Stevenson Halliday judgments in relation to Fetteresso. I can't speak for the past.
Sorry, Mr. Denny, I simply didn't catch your answer to my question. Did you agree with the Stevenson Halliday judgments in this report?
What I said to you is I agree with the assessments that have been made in relation to the Fetteresso Wind Farm because I've looked at those and satisfied myself as to my agreement with them. What I can't say is as to whether I agree with judgments made in the past about the Mid-Hill Wind Farm, because I wasn't party to that and I'm not looking at the Mid-Hill Wind Farm in isolation. It may well be, had I reviewed that many years ago at the time when the LVIA was written, I may not have agreed with some of those judgments, but that's not something that I can tell you. All I can tell you is I've looked at the Fetteresso scheme and its merits and the assessment of its effects, and I can say that I agree with those.
We'll come on to the Fetteresso Wind Farm in a moment, but could we then turn to Mid-Hill 2, where the equivalent design chapter is in CD 11.1 7.11.1 and the siting design chapter begins at page 50 of 427 electronically, and I think it's trying to find the page 29 of the document.
Could you just give me the CD number?
Do you have that?
No, sorry, I was asking if you could give me the CD number again, please.
Of course, 7.11.1. And the chapter on site selection, site design begins at page 50, electronic page 50 of 427, certainly in my version.
Apologies, I'm just waiting for the download. I'm just waiting for the download.
Sorry, I couldn't understand that at all, Mr. Denny.
Sorry, I'm still waiting for the download. I'm up to 14 megabytes of 35 at the moment. It's obviously, again, a very large file.
Let me know when you've downloaded it.
Right, I now have that. And the hard copy page was?
Hang on. Hard copy page is, well, the first is page 29, but I'd like you to go to electronic page 53. Which is hard copy page 32.
Yes, I have that.
This is the section that deals with Midhill 1A addendum application, which Mr. Steele understood increased the height of 5 turbines so that all the turbines at Midhill 1 were 125 meters. Were you aware of that when you wrote your report?
Yes, I think I set out the heights of Midhill in my inquiry report, and subsequently they were different in height.
Just so that we're operating on the same page, do you think that all the Midhill turbines as built are 125 meters?
No, I think they're set out as in my inquiry report, which is somewhere at 110, I believe. Yes, paragraph 2.5 of my inquiry report sets out the Midhill farms. Midhill comprises 5 turbines with a height of 30 and 20 turbines with a height of blade tip to 125. And Midhill 2 has 8 turbines with a blade tip to 125, making a total of 33 in total.
That's my point. So you don't refer to the addendum WIN-110-1 addendum application at all.
No.
We know that that was approved from what this document tells us. That's why, first of all, I asked you whether you were aware of it, because you haven't referred to it in your report.
No, I haven't referred to it in my report. I was aware that there was some changes in what was considered to be the heights for Mid Hill, but in my report I've concentrated on the differences and the implications of the nations of has-built Mid Hill 1 and 2 with Fetteresso.
Absolutely, but what I want to know is that, are you telling the reporter that, in fact, because you're the one that's likely to know, because you're mostly closest related to the applicant, that in fact 5 of the turbines have a tip height of 110 metres? And if so, would it be possible, not now, for you to identify those to the reporter and the inquiry? Produce a plan identifying which turbines are actually 110 metres.
I'm sure that is something that can be done, yes.
Because I have to tell you, Mr. Denny, Mr. Steele's understanding is that they're all 125 metres.
Well, I must admit, when I first started work, I have to say that it's what I also understood when I first started working on the project, but I was informed by the project team that what I have in my inquiry report is the as constructed heights, and that is what I had when I was viewing the site myself.
That's why I think it's important that we know, because I think the website for the project suggests they're all 125 metres, and that's what Mr. Steele has based his approach on. It just so that.
Well, it is interesting.
I don't want to take further time now but it will be important to know which turbines are, if they are at 110 metres, which ones they are.
Yes, I'm sure that's something that the developer can provide.
And are you able to say
Mr. Findlay, is that it is obvious, therefore, that the differences in topography and the way the wind farm has been designed to give that harmonious flow between different sized turbines, that it's not easily apparent on site as to which are 110s and which are 125s.
If that is the case, but do you know whether in the visualizations that have been produced, 5 turbines are portrayed at only 110 metres, or are all portrayed at 125 metres?
That I don't know. I am making the assumption that the visualizations are as per the information I've been given through the as constructed side.
Again, perhaps separately, you could confirm whether that's the case or not.
Yes, I'm sure that information can be provided.
We come back to the document where we were at electronic page 53, hard copy page 32, and move on to paragraph 3.4.1.2, which is on electronic page 56, hard copy page 35.
Hard copy page 5. Page 35.
Do you have paragraph 3.4.1.2?
I do.
the wording here is very similar to the first environmental statement. The aim of the turbine layout process is to arrive at a wind farm proposal that would be environmentally acceptable, technically feasible, economically viable, and that would complement the turbines already consented on site. And the idea that that's clearly an element of the design ethos, isn't it? That the turbines proposed under Mid-Hill 2 would complement the turbines under Mid-Hill 1.
Yes, I think that's a reasonable position to take. If you're looking to locate wind turbines in association with another wind farm, that is one of the considerations, quite clearly. It might not be an overriding consideration because, as I said, you need to look at things in the round. It's certainly a factor.
You can see what the remainder of that paragraph says. I'm not going to read it out to you, but if you then go on to paragraph 3.4.2.1, second bullet point under turbine size and number on the same page, it says decisions on turbine size and number require consideration of the nature of the scale of the landscape within which the turbines would sit, constraints of the route, capacity of local grid, and wind characteristics. Again, very similar to before, if not identical. Consideration was given to the topographical extent of non-sensitive areas, required separation, etc. And the magnitude, finally, the magnitude of landscape and visual effects of the proposal from key viewpoints. Again, that assists in identifying the design approach of Mid-Hill 2, does it not?
Yes, it does. And then it comes still back to the point that I put to you earlier. Those would be the same design considerations and parameters that one would have used at a time earlier if one was deploying 80-metre turbines, for example. You would have still used those same design parameters in relation to the deployment of those topographies at that time. So yes, they're sound parameters relating to. Sorry, I'm getting the echo.
The same parameters should be being used nowadays, should they not? Because on your logic, you should still be looking to complement the existing turbines, should you not?
Yes, and I did say to you earlier, that is certainly a consideration that we looked at in the round alongside other considerations, but it's not a defining consideration in its own right. And as I said to you in answer some time ago, you can't salami slice the things that need to be taken into consideration in designing a wind farm. For example, again, I may want to move a turbine to reduce its environmental impact. One of two things may happen. It may then become unacceptable in terms of, say, ecology or peat, or it may so diminish the generation from that turbine that the reduction in landscape effects are not balanced out by the reduction in generation. So all the time in landscape, in wind design, you need to balance the factors that you're taking into consideration in relation to the landscape with all the other factors to achieve the best scheme at a given time with the deployment of a given typography of turbine. And it needs to be looked at in the round, not on an individual basis by taking each landscape factor in turn.
Mr. Denny, you're well aware, just dealing with that point, that the council's objection in part, major part, was the disparity of size between Mid-Hill 2 and proposed Fetteresso. But are you aware of any evidence being adduced by the applicant to say that the reduction in value, the reduction in output would be such as to give rise to considerations to which you've just alluded? That if you had smaller turbines, it would render it uneconomic?
Well, I've not put any evidence to that, but I think it would be clear that if you were to site turbines on lower elevations within the site, it's obvious that the wind resource available to those turbines is likely to diminish and the wind shear is likely to increase, and therefore one will get a less effective scheme. And that's been my experience of every wind farm design I've ever been part of the design team for.
That's a different point, Mr. Denny, as to whether you'll get, if you have fewer smaller wind turbines, you will clearly get less output. The question is how important that is as to the acceptability. Anyway, I have your answer. You're not aware of any evidence to that end.
It's always going to be a balance. It's always going to be a balance, isn't it, Mr. Findon?
Absolutely, and the reporter can only judge it on that balance on the evidence that he has. Can I ask you to turn to, just so that we've got it in mind, electronic page 58, and it's I'm not sure it has a page number on it, but there are, just following page 36, page 37 has 4 figures on it showing various iterations for Midhill 2. Do you have that?
I do, yes.
Can I just ask you to concentrate for the moment on iteration 3.3? I think because iteration 3.4 is the final layout. Iteration 3.3 was the second iteration of the design. And just so that we can identify them, if you look at the words Midhill, there are 3 turbines to the east of that, one only but none as far to the north as Hill of Roughbank, where I think turbine 1 is under Fetteresso is now proposed.
Yes, that's correct.
There are 2 turbines. If you look at the final figure 3.4 and contrast it with 3.3, there are 3 turbines, if you like, to the east of the most easterly consented turbine in Midhill 1, and in the final layout there was only 1 turbine to the east.
Yes, that's also correct.
Whereas in Fetteresso, turbines 1, 2, and 3 are all to the east of the most easterly permitted turbine.
Yes, because they can't actually be on the same location as permitted turbines by the very nature of being an extension.
We can agree with that logic. Then if you look to the south of the site, under the second iteration of the design, there was a turbine fairly close to Turf Hill, and then there was another. One can see there's a cross track running broadly east-west across in the forestry, going up and down. Certainly not a straight track, but there were 2 turbines shown below that track in the what I might call the in the box in which Turf Hill is in, and then in the final layout, 1 turbine had removed, and the other turbine, in fact the other 2 turbines, had been moved further north, away from Turf Hill, had they not?
Yes, that's correct.
Yes, that's correct. So with that in mind, and those are all just, could we go back to the previous page to see what the rationale for that was? The second iteration of the design is introduced in 3.4.2.5, and that's what gave rise to iteration 2. And we can see that in 3.4.2.7, a 12 turbine layout resulted. And then when we move to the third iteration, 3.4.2.8, following initial design, a series of community consultations were held. These took the form of visiting local community council groups and associations to discuss the proposed extension. Visual aids were also used, etc. Following this consultation, it was felt that the 12 turbine layout had unacceptable visual impacts to the southeast of the site, affecting local settlements and properties. And that would explain why the turbines that were further to the south and east were withdrawn, would it not? As a matter of logic.
Yes, the decision was being made by those involved in the design process at that time in seeking to get a scheme that, in the planning context and the time in which those decisions were being made, was the appropriate scheme that they felt they could take forward with a reasonable prospect of consent and hopefully a reasonable prospect of no objection from local authority. I have to say to you again, it's a matter of that was then and this is now, Fetteresso needs to be looked at on its merits on the basis of what impacts does it have as an extension in the context of 2021, context of the time when these decisions were being made and by those who made those decisions.
We're looking at consistency with design approach at the moment. What Fetteresso has done has replaced those turbines and actually pushed them further south and further east, has it not?
Well, of course, I mean, if you look at any extension to any consented wind farm, you will find that that extension, and of course we know that plenty have been approved within the Scottish landscape, that any extension is going to be placing on turbines onto parts of the landscape that in some previous design iteration in the past, it was deemed that they would not put turbines at that time for the various reasons. That's going to be the case for any extension. I don't know the scheme where you read that it was considered to be a jolly good thing to put turbines on a particular piece of a landscape, but they decided not to. It'll always be the case that they were looking for the optimum scheme to try to gain an approval in the given context of planning at that time, and a host of other factors that they'd be taking into consideration at that time, to which I'm not party to. And that is not going to be something which needs to fetter an extension in 2021, which needs to be looked at on its merits. Clearly, it's going to be on a landscape that the original wind farm did not place turbines upon.
Mr. Denny, with respect, that wasn't an answer to the question I asked you. The 2 points. First of all, it wasn't just that it was more appropriate. The authors of this document said that the 12 turbine layout had unacceptable visual impacts.
Well, for starters, the scheme
to the south, hang on, just wait, to the south and east. And secondly, it's not the case that in every extension, those considering it are simply filling in what had been removed before. There will be an infinite variety of circumstances. There may be some circumstances, such as here and Falago Rig, where turbines are replacing those that were taken out as part of earlier mitigation. And there may be other instances where they're proposing turbines in a new location for the first time.
Yes, that can be the case. What I'm saying to you is that I'm not sure how those considering the design iteration could come to the judgment that turbines in those locations were unacceptable because the scheme hadn't been approved or refused at that time by any determining authority. I think what they were taking into account was they were looking at what had been said by the consultees, and clearly those consultees thought that those turbines in those locations were the ones that gave them concern, and maybe in the consultees' language were unacceptable. And that language is fed through into the design iteration. Clearly, the design iteration can't actually conclude about acceptability or unacceptability. It's merely possibly what we might say is that they considered they were the more sensitive turbines at that time.
Well, Mr. Denny, that may be your spin on it, but we can see what the authors wrote. If you go on to 3.4.2.9, which deals with landscape, a further design day was held with a landscape consultant. 3 of the southernmost turbines were dropped, with the remaining turbine locations optimized for visual and technical considerations. It's felt that a layout of 9 turbines achieved satisfactory visual coherence and balance in combination with the consented development. All 9 turbines were proposed to have tip heights of 125 meters to tip. The turbine previously 110 meters to tip was now located on lower ground. So that would suggest that the authors of this document thought that all turbines were going to be 125 meters to tip, would it not? Because otherwise you wouldn't have used the word previously. Thank you. So, and 3.4.2.10, the final and therefore proposed layout is technically acceptable and economically favourable, etc. And reading on to the end, the proposal being the end result of a sensitive, well thought out design process, whose goal was to provide the optimum balance between energy production, clean energy production, technical constraints and environmental considerations. Isn't that a factor, that balance, the balancing exercise that fed into the design considerations, is clearly a material factor bearing in mind the Nature Scott guidance that we looked at the outset, is it not?
Well, yes, it's not going to be the case, as I said to you earlier. Sorry, I'm getting the echo again. It's always going to be the case that at any given point in time when one is designing a wind farm or where an application is being considered, there'll be something which is deemed to be considered in the context of that particular moment in time. Obviously, taking into account largely the same factors, but of course the planning balance changes, and of course the planning changes, and weight that is given to factors will also change over time. And that's a range of factors. And so you can't, we'll also a point in time and then apply it to another point in time, because so many of the factors that are taken into account will change, and the weight given to them will change.
Mr. Finlay, would now be a proper time to take a short break?
Could I suggest perhaps in 10 minutes' time we might finish this document and finish one more document on Midhill 2, and then that might well be an appropriate time if that's acceptable. I had my eye on the clock, but we've taken slightly longer on this than I'd anticipated.
No, do please finish this section, and then we'll take a break after that.
Could you turn, keeping that document open, can you turn to 7.11.2, which is should be chapter 6 of the landscape and visual assessment, which has, I think, been taken out of 7.11.1. So you need 7.11.2. Let me know when you've got there, Mr. Denny. You've disappeared off my screen at the moment as well.
Right, 7.11.2. Again, I'm just waiting for the download.
Probably they put it in 2 documents because it's a significant size. Do you have that?
It's actually saying I've got 9. Yeah, it's telling me I've got 9 minutes left for the download, because it's 312 megabyte size document. And
Time for a break.
Ms. Dennis makes a very good point, as always, that if it's going to take a long time to download this, then it may well be appropriate to have a break now.
Okay, well,
thank
you very much for that. Shall we say 5 minutes? That's sufficient? 5 minutes? That's sufficient? At 11:50? At 11:50?
I'm grateful.
Okay, thank you.
So we seem to have lost Mr. Denny and Mr. Innes.
Yes, I'm not sure whether it's a technical issue or... Oh, here we go. Mr. Innes, are we able to resume?
No, regretfully not. The issue is that the document is 312 megabytes and it is still going round in circles. What I suggest is if Mr. Finley could identify the page references within that document, I do have a support team that will run off and try and get that printed. And that probably would be save this download. I think this is probably the worst of the documents, but it clearly is an issue that's going to take this long. And as I say, everything else is open fine. It just appears to be, it doesn't like 312 megabytes in one go. So if Mr. Finley is able to give an indication of the section which he wants to refer to, best with the page references that are in the document, we need to get it copied as quickly as possible, and we'll let you know when we're ready to go. Alternatively, if Mr. Finley feels this is, he's running a line of cross and it doesn't work breaking it, we'll break for the 10 minutes, get the document, and then try and restart rather than. So I appreciate that Mr. Finley may be in a line of cross-examination, and it is pretty distracting if at the end of the day you have to go backwards and forwards. So perhaps let Mr. Finley speak, and we'll find a solution.
Okay, Mr. Finley, your thoughts?
Yeah, so it's pages 10 and 58 of the document that I'm after, which I think are electronic pages 13, and I'm not sure the other electronic page. So what I may be able to do is give you and Malone Friend the paragraph numbers. They're two fairly short points. I could just read them out, the full paragraphs, and if Malone Friend wishes to re-examine on them, then obviously he can do so. But they're not. I'm not sure it's worth spending a great deal more time on than that.
Okay. Right. Mr. Innes, is that a reasonable suggestion? That Mr. Finley just reads out the paragraphs.
Yeah, the only difference is the context is removed, and that can be awkward for the witness. But in terms of getting progress, we'll see how we go. But equally, yeah, I'll probably be able to re-examine if there's anything that arises from it. But as long as we take it quite slowly, because I think if people don't have the context, they're having to scribble it down. So I'm happy to proceed on that basis if we take it quite slowly, so we take a proper note, and that Mr. Denny can properly consider it before his answer. Because obviously, without having the text in front, you don't have the text before, and you don't have the text after, and you don't have the context. So it is a bit different. But let's proceed on that basis and see how we get on.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Finley, over to you.
Grateful. So the first passages are in section 6.3.2, electronic page 13, page 10 of the document, and it's the paragraph 6.3.2.7 and 6.3.2.8 that I wish to put to Mr. Denny. They're very short one-sentence paragraphs. It's in the context of the document. It's the landscape and visual chapter, and the heading is 6.3 is project description and mitigation measures. And under site layout at 6.3.2.7, it says this: the turbines would be of similar size and design as the contented turbines to ensure visual compatibility. Now, Mr. Denny, let's just take it one step at a time then, that clearly at the time that this was written, in order to ensure visual compatibility, the design choice was made that the turbines would be of similar size and design.
Yes, because at that time, by deploying turbines of the same or similar tip height and rotor dimensions as the previous, that was the easiest way for them to ensure compatibility. That doesn't mean that something else can't also either be compatible or sufficiently compatible to still become acceptable at some future time, i.e. Fetteresso. Certainly it was a reasonable judgment for somebody to make at that time, and we're looking at quite some many years ago when those judgments were being made.
Well, I know what you say, but I think we're in danger of rehearsing similar arguments. If I move on to 6.3.2.8, it says this: during the design development stages, considerable effort was made to achieve a reasonably balanced composition of turbines, comprising the extension as seen with the consented mid-hill turbines. And that is a reasonably accurate summary of the exercise we've just been looking at in the design chapter, is it not?
Yes, that's quite right. And that was, again, I say, a very reasonable exercise for them to undergo at that time. And indeed, in relation to the Fetteresso turbines, the location of those turbines and the differences in their heights and how they read in association with mid-hill 1 and mid-hill 2 have also formed part of that design process and the same considerations, which of course is why they've been able to deploy or seek to deploy larger turbines by placing them at lower elevations within the site, and locations where they would still read appropriately within the landscape, within the context of the two consented existing wind farms, mid-hill 1 and mid-hill 2, albeit they give rise to some different effects and some new significant effects, particularly in the Glenbevy Bray area. But nonetheless, that same design exercise has been gone through to achieve the best and most optimum design that can be achieved for this extension.
That's what we're here to discuss, but whether that is indeed the case or not, and I know that's your position, but the point I'm putting to you is that at the time, in respect of a landscape that has not changed and the size of mid-hill 1 turbines that has not changed, the designer at that stage thought it necessary, in order to ensure visual compatibility, to have turbines of the same size. Now, I understand what you're saying, that some of the turbine bases here are lower, but turbines 1, 2, and 3, for example, are at or about the same base height as many of the turbines in existing mid-hill wind farm, are they not?
That's correct, and I think what you have to do, what's most important, is not a mathematical exercise, is to see, well, how do they actually look in the landscape, and how do they relate to one another within the landscape, and are the effects that they give rise to sufficiently contained or mitigated, such that that planning balance can still be met. That's the exercise, obviously, that the reporter has got to come to. But the fact that somebody made a decision in the past does not fetter those to make a different decision in the future. It's not in a different context with a different planning balance.
Well, I suggest to you, Mr. Denny, it's highly relevant that someone in the past reached a view as to what was acceptable or appropriate in landscape and visual design terms. And if it is entirely inconsistent with what you're putting forward, that is a factor the reporter can take into account in deciding whether your or the council's view is correct.
Well, it's certainly going to be something the reporter is going to take into account. And what I'm putting to you, Mr. Finley, is, again, to use my own experience, I have counselled, say, 10 years ago, when dealing, for example, with a scheme for one of my developer clients, that I thought a turbine, based on my understanding at the time, might be overwhelming, overbearing on a residential property. We amended the scheme accordingly. I now see turbines being consented in relation to residential properties at closer proximity and with greater impact than I was concerned about 10 years ago, because things change and one's consideration changes. So the view of a landscape architect 10 years ago does not necessarily fetter all decisions going forward. Things have to be looked at in context, on their merits, at the time that they're being brought forward.
Mr. Denny, I haven't suggested it fetters anything, have I? I've suggested it was a material consideration. Now, there's no point in you trying to overstate the case that's been put against you in respect to the materiality. But I suggest to you that if you were to understand the guidance and to apply the guidance that we agreed at the outset of cross-examination was relevant, you have to have regard to this material.
I do think it's material. It's material in the sense that appropriate design iteration process is gone through, that the scheme seeks to be as good as it can be within the context of achieving that balance, because it's not just about landscape and visual effects. And I believe that this scheme has gone through that appropriate design and response and has sought to achieve the appropriate balance.
And I understand that's your case. I'm just trying to test it. The second passage in this document that I'd wish to have taken you to is at electronic page 61, page 58 of the document, and it's in a section which is entitled 6.6.5 Summary of Effects, and it's under the subheading of mitigation and design. So you can imagine that the chapter that it would be in. And at 6.6.5.3 says this: key design measures include, and then third bullet point, use of a similar size and design of turbine as the consented mid-hill wind farm. Now, I'm simply asking you to note at this stage, because it's a similar point to that which we've been discussing, that's noted as a key design measure under the heading of mitigation and design.
Yes, and at that time there was nothing wrong with having key design. Sorry, Mr. Finger, I'm echoing again. There was nothing wrong at that time with taking that forward as a key design measure. But what we've got to do at the present time, when there is the desire to deploy larger topography turbines and to keep the generation of renewable energy up, is to look at a different set of parameters and say, well, how can we deploy, by way of an extension, current larger topography turbines while still respecting those matters that we previously looked at and that are the design considerations in relation to placing the scheme in this landscape. Now, that has been done. The design team that looked at that, and even myself when I came in and was asked to give independent advice on it, looked at that in terms of, well, how can we in 2021 deploy larger topography turbines in an appropriate manner, extension to mid-hill 1 and 2, to do so in a way which is respectful to the landscape, not in such a way as that we are completely fettered by what may have gone before.
Well, again, you contentiously use the word fetter. I'll ignore that. But how much have the factors that you've just described influenced your judgment on landscape and visual impact assessment?
They haven't. The landscape and visual impact assessment is an objective assessment of the scheme as it was assessed. The design iteration process is something that happens before that.
Grateful, but we're now looking at the assessment chapter and the key design measures to that when the consultants were considering their landscape and visual assessment was use of a similar size. One of the three was use of a similar size and design turbine as consented mid-hill wind farm. Could you pause there for a moment? Because could you then turn back to 711.1, which hopefully you've still got downloaded, and turn to electronic page 353 or page 244 of the document. This should be in chapter 17 of the EIA, which is the chapter which is the summary and mitigation chapter, summary, residual impacts and mitigation. And the page in question should have table 17.1 on it.
Yes, I have that.
I'm not going to read it all out, but if you look at under the principal effect, this is under summary of mitigation measures. Under site design, landscape and visual, the first two boxes in the second column relate to potential to effects for design, turbine size, type and number and access, and interaction with consented mid-hill 1 scheme. And we can see what the mitigation measures and considerations include, and they reflect those which I've just read out to you. You may want to take a second or two to read them to yourselves. But what I'd suggest to you, Mr. Denny, is this, is that by introducing turbines of a significantly larger scale with different dimensions and different rotation speeds, you're going to be wholly undermining those mitigation measures.
No, I don't think you do wholly undermine them at all. They were mitigation measures that would take that time to achieve the scheme as they wanted to take forward into planning in the context of the time in which they were doing it. The current Fetteresso scheme, yes, I agree with you. It is more difficult when locating large topography turbines in 2021 in association with turbines that were consented at a smaller scale in the past. So one needs to be careful and go through quite a lot of consideration in the design iteration process to make that work and to make that in a way that you feel is appropriate and will still allow the planning balance to be met, i.e. what are the effects of that extension of those larger topography turbines, and can you make it work? There may be some circumstances in which you feel you can't make it work, or you can't make a particular layout work. There may be circumstances in which you feel you can. That's the process that's been gone through in Fetteresso to see whether the deployment of large topography turbines can sit alongside the consented scheme in a way which is appropriate and consentable.
It may do or may not do. That's going to be a matter for the reporter. But if Fetteresso's approved, it would undermine the mitigation measures that I just referred to, would it not? That's the question I put to you.
No, I don't think it would, because if it was approved, clearly it hadn't undermined anything, and it would be considered that the landscape visual effects, along with all of the other effects, were deemed to be appropriate and acceptable within the planning balance. If effects it gives to those rights are so great, so harmful, don't believe that they are. But if they were, then quite clearly a different decision would be made. But it is still about looking at the scheme on its merits and judging that in the planning balance. It's not looking back over your shoulder to say, well, are we doing exactly the same as somebody did quite a long time ago? Yes, it may be that because of a certain set of design parameters, your extension may give rise to such a degree of effects that that balance can't be made. There are going to be situations where that occurs. And indeed, I might advise a client when they come forward with an extension that we need to significantly reduce the number of turbines because some of them, in my view, are disproportionately giving rise to visual effects, which I feel may put the planning balance at risk. Not that I'm the arbiter of that, but I might feel that it's getting into that territory. But I also might advise that I think that they've got an appropriate scheme that maybe the plan balance is capable of. That's the one that the client will decide to take forward into planning.
I suggest to you, Mr. Denny, that harking back to the wording of paragraph 416 of siting and design, which is CD 6.7, that Fetteresso would erode the design rationale of the original wind farm. And that's what give rise. It's the manifestations of that it has larger turbines that appear out of context and descend further across the pylon boundary fault line that are the manifestations of that.
No, I don't agree, because I don't think it does those things.
There's a real, just let me finish, there's a real importance in the guidance that Nature Scott have given and is still applied to have regard to the design rationale of the original wind farms. It doesn't fetter it, it doesn't exclude other options, but it is a highly relevant consideration.
The Fetteresso scheme has had regard to the design of Mid-Hill 1 and Mid-Hill 2, And great lengths were gone to make sure that the deployment of these larger turbines was complementary to, worked with and alongside the existing wind farm. That is the design rationale of Fetteresso, the design rationale to achieve that. So it's not ignored it, it's sought to be complementary, it's sought to be good.
When did you first review and consider either environmental statement relating to either Mid-Hill 1 or Mid-Hill 2?
In the course of reviewing the environmental assessment in relation to preparing this appeal, when I came on board, I looked at the scheme previous to that, but not in relation to Mid-Hill 1 and Mid-Hill 2. I'd looked at the Fetteresso scheme previously to that.
I didn't hear your answer, Nick, but I'm not sure you've answered my question. When did you first look at these documents I've just been taking you through?
I haven't reviewed these documents in full, but I was aware of the design rationale for Mid-Hill 1 and Mid-Hill 2 at the time that I was undertaking my review of the EIA for Fetteresso.
Mr. Denny, I'll ask you one more time. When did you first consider these documents, read them? I'm not suggesting you've carried out a review, but when did you first read these documents? Because when we made a request for them, I understand it took some time for them to be produced, and it's not a complaint. But if you'd had them at the forefront when you were preparing your evidence or reviewing your design, one would have thought they would have been made available quicker. So the question from me to you is not what you thought about the underlying design. When did you first read these documents?
Only at the time that they were available to you. As I said, I was aware of the mitigation for Mid-Hill 1, Mid-Hill 2, because I had talked to the client team, those who were involved in Mid-Hill 1, Mid-Hill 2, those at Natural Power. I was aware of what the considerations were when we went on our site visit, when we looked at the site, and we looked at the deployment of the turbines. As I said to you earlier, I didn't read these documents until a later date, indeed probably as you did. But I was aware through those discussions at an earlier stage, Natural Power, what the design considerations had been, because we discussed them on site.
The design team that you were discussing with on site, the same design team that compiled the environmental impact assessment reports?
No, it wasn't the landscape architects, no.
Can we go to 710, CD 710, which is the Minister's letter on this decision on Mid-Hill 2?
I have that now.
And if we go to electronic page 3, I think probably page 3 of the document, but it's not paginated. But there's a section on the page about a third of the way down, title saying landscape and visual impacts.
Yes, I have that. Yes, I have.
So it says Scottish ministers have considered the information contained in the environmental statement and note that the tip heights of the proposed additional 9 turbines are consistent with the tip heights of the previously consented Mid-Hill Wind Farm. The extension turbines would therefore, and I'm going to emphasise the word therefore, be seen in context with the consented turbines and would appear as part of the consented development. And it goes on to say they've considered the ES information, and by all means read to the end of that paragraph. It does appear that the one most important matter that the Scottish ministers concentrated on in their summary, and I accept it's a summary view of landscape and visual impacts, is that the turbines were going to have similar heights to the existing.
I think more than that, that's really a function of getting to the. Sorry, I've got the echo again, Mr. Finley. That's merely a function of getting to the decision in their view that they would appear as part of the consented development, i.e. it wouldn't appear disjointed or as a separate wind farm, but would appear, and that's the same thing in relation to Fetteresso. I mean, I note that SNH, or Nature Scotters now, have stated in their consultation response that the scheme would read as a single wind farm. So even though we've got turbines at different heights, because of the layout, it would still read as a single wind farm. So it's the same point.
Well, I don't accept that, but I think we can see what the ministers have written here and the basis of their decision. Before we go back to see what, in fact, the design team had regard to, I just want to look at the Scottish SNH's initial response on the scoping response was. So that's CD 2.6, please. And I'm just going to ask you two questions about this before we come, and I'll come back to their full response probably after lunch. You have CD 2.6?
Just downloading. Yes.
On the first page, under the question, do you consider the location of Fetteresso Wind Farm being adjacent to Midhill Wind Farm to be an appropriate location for a wind farm? They answer, you'll be aware of the strategic landscape capacity study. The capacity study highlights the uniqueness of this landscape type and the contribution it makes to the Highland boundary fault landscape and the abrupt transition between the moorland plateau and the arable farmland on the Howe of Mans to the south. The relationship of the upland to lowland landscape means the moorland plateau are distinctive landform integral to the identity of much of Aberdeenshire and visible from a wide area. Do you agree that with that comment and that it's relevant to the question that was being asked?
Well, I agree that there's a connection between wind farm. Sorry, I'm echoing again, Mr. Finn. I agree that the relationship of the wind farm to its surrounding landscape, including how one appreciates and sees the Highland boundary fault is a consideration. This is a generalised view which actually relates to the moorland plateau character area as a whole and the site within it. What it doesn't do is look at the specifics because it's a scoping response. If you look at the specifics, then the relationship between the Fetteresso wind farm and its effects do not have a significant impact on one's perception or appreciation of the Highland boundary fault, because where one appreciates that is further to the southeast from the site, and the site does not lie in a location specifically within the moorland plateau in which the Highland boundary fault can be seen or appreciated to any significant degree. So if you look at again specifics rather than the generalisation, it doesn't apply.
Suggest to you, Mr. Denny, that actually SNH's view given here is inconsistent with the answer you've just given, because they wouldn't have made this point if they didn't consider it relevant, because they're answering a specific question about the specific location of Fetteresso Wind Farm, as they say expressly. But
well, they're talking about
I'm not asking you to defend, I'll come back to this point later, but I simply ask you to, asking you whether you accept that this answer, you accept their view as to the contribution of the Highland boundary fault, and whether you think that's a relevant comment in respect to the location of Fetteresso Wind Farm.
It is relevant, but the specifics are, my answer is the devil is in the detail. The detail doesn't bear out that there is a particular issue between the location of a particular issue between Fetteresso and the boundary fault. For example, the boundary fault is best perceived in the landscape to the southeast of the site, to the south and southeast of Cairn Mount, for example, where the fault can be seen dramatically rising up from the coastal plain and the Mees of Howe. For example, the SLA is predicated on the fact that that's one of the special qualities of the SLA, and the qualities of the SLA in that area to the south and east of Cairn Mount has been designated because it encapsulates those parts of the important relationship between the uplands and the lowlands within the moorland plateau. The SLA doesn't encompass the site of Fetteresso because Fetteresso doesn't display those characters, qualities or characteristics to the same degree. So the generalization is an important consideration and the detail is a more important consideration, I suppose, is what I'm saying to you.
Well, we can agree to disagree about that, Mr. Denny. Could you move on to page 3 of this document under mitigation and design iteration? We can read what it says in the first paragraph. I just simply want you to put the second paragraph. They say we consider that the development as currently proposed does not reflect the design rationale at the existing Mill Hill Wind Farm. My question to you is this, Mr. Denny: is the development that is currently before the reporter any materially different in terms of that which this author was considering, save for the changes in height of which you've alluded to in your report?
Well, yes, because of the changes in height, which do have a significant effect. And also, I still put it to you, this is a scoping response. If one looks at the later detailed response of...
Mr. Denny, I'm going to ask you to answer my question, please. Mr. Denny, would you answer my question?
Yes, I am.
No, with respect, you're not, Mr. Denny. I asked you whether the scheme that this author was considering was different in any other respect other than the height of the turbines. That's a specific question, doesn't need reference to later responses from SNH, which I will come to. Is the scheme different in any other respect than the height of the turbines?
No, the height of the turbines are the difference. And the height of the turbines are significant in terms of how one will then phrase that in terms of the response.
Thank you, Mr. Denny.
And as I say,
the height of the turbines is the only difference. That's an answer to my question. Could we turn back then to see how the design rationale was considered in the EIAR to begin with? And for that, we need to turn to CD 1.2.3. And I would like you to go to chapter 3 of that document, please. Afraid I'm using a hard copy, so I don't have the electronic page number, but it's chapter 3 of the if you turn to paragraph 3.3. it says this: the relationship between the proposed turbines and the turbines of existing mid-hill wind farm has been a key consideration for the design of the development in landscape and visual terms. Is there any reference in this document to the identified mitigation in respect of mid-hill 1 or 2?
I can't take you to that paragraph, although I know through the design iteration process, I've talked to the design team and been involved myself in what led to the changes in heights. The reasons for setting the turbines at different levels within the site was a key part of that relationship between extension and mid-hill.
Are you aware, because you have reviewed this document, so is there any reference in this document to the identified mitigation and or design rationale of either mid-hill 1 or mid-hill 2? Because I'd suggest to you there isn't.
I can't, as a memory test, I can't take you to one. I mean, I've seen within this document, it actually sets out the design criteria as a set of bullet points.
We'll come to those in due course. Is there any reference in this document to the disparity between rotor diameters between proposed Fetteresso and mid-hill 1 and 2 in terms of their landscape and visual impact?
I do not think there's an express statement to that effect, although again, I know that into consideration because it was part of the design iteration process. But no, as a memory test, I can't take you to paragraph and express.
Is there any reference in this document to the fact that the turbines with a different rotor diameter will rotate it at a different speed?
No, although again, both the swept path and the rotation speeds of turbines are a factor taken into consideration. It's difficult anyway, of course, because as you may be aware, sir, even though turbines may nominally turn at different speeds to one another, all the turbines within a uniform scheme do not turn at the same speeds as one another. So, for example, the turbines at Fetteresso turn at 14 rotations a minute. Turbines for mid-hill would nominally rotate at 18 rotations per minute. But that isn't actually going to happen in practice because of the different relationships of those turbines within the landscape, how the resource is received, how one gets the effects of weight, for example, between turbines. Turbines, even within a scheme where all the turbines are, say, 125 at the same height, turn at different speeds to one another, depending on the wind direction on any given day.
The starting point for
Fetteresso. Sorry, I finished, Mr. Finlay. The turbines of Fetteresso turbines won't always rotate at 130. Some of them will rotate at a slower speed, and they rotate at slower, depending on the wind force they're receiving or any wake issues that may be in play given on the direction of the wind. So in any wind farm, you're not going to get consistent rotational speeds between the turbines in any event. But nonetheless, it is still a matter that's taken into consideration in design.
You would agree, would you not, that if the purpose of an EIAR is to set out in a transparent form what considerations have been taken into account?
Well, it does set out, as I just discussed a moment ago, it sets out a series of bullet points as to its design parameters.
But if there's no express reference to turbine diameter or difference in rotation speed, it's failed in transparently letting the reader know that those have been taken into account, and we only have your say-so for it.
Well, it may not be as explicit for you as you or I may have wished it to have been. That doesn't mean that it hasn't taken into consideration, but I come back to the key point is what is the effect in any event?
That is the ultimate question for the reporter, but You can't always ignore the specifics in favour of the key point. The second useful information you gave was that the rotation per minute, the worst case basis would be that Fetteresso would rotate at half the speed of mid-hill, the existing mid-hill. Is that not the case?
No, I think what I said to you is that the Fetteresso turbines will, at 130 meters in diameter, will rotate at 14 rotations a minute, and mid-hill would rotate at 18 rotations per minute.
I couldn't hear that, Mr.
So there'd
Denny.
be
You were muffled. Mr. Denny,
18 for mid-hill, and 14 for the larger Fetteresso.
Mr. Finlay, Mr. Denny, is that 80 or 118? 18. Sorry.
18. So
18.
there's a difference in 4 rotations per minute. If they were all receiving exactly the same source and were not in any way being affected by any other turbulence or weight within the site. But that doesn't happen in reality, of course. That doesn't happen.
So, Mr. Denny, you're, for whatever reason, I'm finding it very difficult to hear sometimes what you say. Sometimes you're extremely clear, but I certainly heard 80 and 40. I accept it's 14 and 18. But where does that information come from? Because that doesn't come from your report, and it doesn't come from the EIAR, and it doesn't come from the additional information. What's the basis for that?
It's come from the technical experts at Fred Olson Renewables on the basis of me asking the question.
Is it in the environmental impact assessment anywhere?
No.
Do you know the basis of the calculation they've carried out?
No, I've asked for the information I've been given by their technical experts.
It's impossible for me to challenge that at this stage because it's wholly new information.
Well, I'm sorry, I'm merely giving the information because I thought to ask for it.
But the point is, Mr. Denny, you only thought to ask for it after Mr. Steele raised it, and it doesn't appear to be a significant consideration in the EIAR, the AI, or indeed your initial evidence.
Well, I do say in evidence, I undertake an assessment. I was trying to envisage a worst case scenario, which is the largest swept path and the difference in rotational speeds that those swept paths will give rise to.
I'm sorry, Mr. Denny, I can't hear what you said. You really broke up at that point. If you could repeat your answer for me, please.
Apologies, I apologise, sir. I'm sitting in exactly the same location as I was before. I don't know what's causing that. I would say, sir, that when I make assessments, or some assessment, I do so on the basis of the largest swept path that will arise, and I do so in the full knowledge of the different rotational speeds that those swept paths will give rise to.
Thank you.
So I have to say I still found some of Mr. Denny's answer there difficult to hear, but we'll see if we make progress. Mr. Denny, can we move on to paragraph 3.5.8 in the same document, please? And could you at the same time have open in front of you your report, which is CD 615 at paragraph 214? Let me know when you have those two.
Is that 214 or 314?
214. 214 in your report. 3.5.8 in this document? Can you let me know when you're there, please? We can see in the document itself, the first principle of the design strategy is to maximize site efficiency and electricity production. But you didn't include that in your 214. In fact, it's only one of two factors you did not include. Doesn't that unbalance your presentation of the design principles in 214?
Well, I apologise if it does. I was really seeking in my inquiry report to highlight those which related to the landscape and visual matters.
Then if we look at the fourth factor in 3.5.8, the fifth, it's to avoid an overly complex and visually confusing layout. Is that not at least an admission that it is complex and visually confusing? Because all that is being sought is to avoid an overly complex and visually confusing layout.
Well, no, because the relationship between turbines within a wind farm, indeed turbines within Mid-Hill 1 and Mid-Hill 2, is always a complex relationship. You want to avoid an overly complex one because that can lead to increased landscape visual effects, which may be capable of being mitigated. I'm afraid it is a situation that whenever you get beyond a single turbine in the landscape, then there are always going to be complexities associated with that. It was particularly well balanced when you look at it from 6 o'clock, you go around to 9 o'clock, and now it's unbalanced with blade clash, for example, just on 2 turbines. When you get to 3 turbines, it gets more complex. And when you get to 20, 30, or 40 turbines, it will always be a complex relationship between the turbines. What we're seeking to do in mitigation, as quite rightly it says there, is being overly complex. And what they mean by overly complex is giving rise to a greater degree of effect than one might really consider appropriate within any given context.
Sorry, I was muted. Are the design principles set out here any significantly different from Mid-Hill 1 and 2?
They are largely complementary to Mid-Hill 1 and 2 in the matters that they include.
In 215 of your report, you say the scale of turbines was addressed at Mid-Hill Wind Farm, and you include a quotation. First of all, can you confirm that that quotation comes from paragraph 3.5.9, second bullet point?
Yes, it does.
I'm not sure whether you heard that. There's no consideration in that bullet point of landscape and visual factors. It's simply making a contrast between higher and lower turbines.
because consideration of higher and lower turbines will have a significant effect on landscape and visual factors, and indeed the level of effect that is likely to arise.
No, that's not the point. What you suggest in 215 is that the scale was specifically addressed, and it was noted that larger turbine areas have been selectively used in lower ground levels. And the matter of use of turbines was also specifically addressed, and then we put that quote in. I suggest to you there's nothing in that quote which actually suggests that the authors addressed the impact of larger rotors on landscape and visual matters and the disparity between them and the existing wind farm.
The reason it's part of the reason it's, sorry, again, the reason it's part of the design evolution is because of the impact that it has. Whether the turbine heights are greater or lower doesn't have any impact on peak, for example. Doesn't have any impact on other matters. What the key element that has an impact on is landscape and visual. And so it's a key consideration within the design iteration relevant to landscape and visual effects.
Sorry, just checking something in your report. Yeah, before we move to the additional information and the justification for that, could you turn to 219 of your report? You set out in 217 and 218 the process that led up to the production of the AI, and you say the amendments have sought to reduce the visual inconsistencies which Aberdeenshire Council suggested occurred. What is it? Do you accept that there were visual inconsistencies in the first iteration of Fetteresso that needed to be addressed?
No, two things in regard to that. Visual inconsistencies are those which were considered by the council. The developer, being a responsible developer, was looking to see whether they could meet some of the council's concerns, whether there were some changes or alterations they could make to the scheme which might alleviate those concerns of the council. Indeed, that's the point at which I was asked to give that's the point of the independent opinion on how the landscape and visual effects of the scheme might be further mitigated beyond that which had already been undertaken. And that led largely to the changes in the use of turbines, but it was all done to see whether they could meet some common ground with the council, whereby maybe an objection would not come forward from the council. So in effect, it was a compromise to properly try and address the concerns of the council.
That wasn't the question I asked you. And again, you're ignoring the question. The question I put to you is whether you agreed with the council that there were inconsistencies. Did you think that when you looked at the EIAR, that the changes in heights of the proposed turbines should be made to help resolve those inconsistencies? It's not a matter of why it was done. I'm asking you whether you agreed with it.
think I did answer the question to start with. I said I didn't decide, and I don't think the client agreed that there were visual inconsistencies. That was the term used by the council. I said is that then we sought to see whether we could further reduce the environmental effects of the scheme to meet those concerns of the council, and that exercise was undertaken, and I was part of it in the independent review that I undertook.
The reporter can record that you were happy with the turbines at their original heights, proposed heights, and you thought that your evidence would have been the same in that regard, that you considered that that would be, in landscape and visual terms, an appropriate scheme. And that's how we can judge your evidence.
I think no, I think that misrepresents me terribly, actually. First of all, it's not for me to decide whether the previous scheme is acceptable or not acceptable. My view is
I
the
haven't
report is
suggested to you,
honestly
Mr. Denny, just pause. I wish you would answer the question. I haven't suggested to you that you suggested it was acceptable or not acceptable. I'm asking you, very simple question, is whether you consider that from your viewpoint that the original scheme was one you could support, and that the implications for that in landscape and visual terms were such that you considered it was appropriate. It's appropriate is the word I used, in landscape and visual terms.
I considered that it was a scheme which, if had I been asked to give evidence at this inquiry, I could have done so, because I could have done so on the basis of objectives, on the basis of reporting the landscape visual effects that it gave rise to. And I didn't see in my terms that was anything that I would found so objectionable that I couldn't honestly report those landscape and visual effects in relation to that site. But what I was also aware of is it was possible to further reduce the landscape and visual effects of that proposal. And that was what was done in part through my independent review, to try to address the concerns of the council, to try and find a common ground with the council, where hopefully, it didn't turn out to be the case, but where hopefully the council may have felt that it was able to withdraw its objection. I think that was a reasonable thing for the client to try to do. But that doesn't mean that either I or the client thought that their previous scheme wasn't one that they could have taken forward into planning.
Because if you look at 220 of your report, you say in the last 4 lines, it was considered by the design team that the proposals, that is the amended proposals, achieved a balance, and that the formula was therefore appropriate for this site. 2 questions. First is, are you giving planning evidence there? Are you seeking to support that judgment?
No, I'm not. No, I'm not. No, I'm not. No. But what you have to be aware of, and this is put to me a lot in cross-examination, when I'm working in a design team on a wind farm, it isn't a mere matter of me, the landscape architect, saying, this is what I want to do to reduce the environmental effects, because I can actually keep on reducing the character and landscape effects of a wind farm until there are no turbines left. At some point, someone has got to step in and say, I think we've got to a point, notwithstanding that there are still some significant landscape and visual effects, where I think this is the appropriate scheme to take forward into planning, because the balance is met, taking into account all those other factors. And those within the design team who have that knowledge and make those judgments are part of the design team, and they will bring that knowledge to bear, as well as the landscape architect seeking to mitigate and reduce landscape and visual effects. And that's what I'm reporting.
As I understand it, your evidence is that the design team considered the first iteration in the EIR was appropriate and still consider that.
Yes, they did. Yes. They didn't consider it inappropriate. What they did consider was that possibly the scheme could be further amended to see whether they could find that common ground with the council. I think that's a perfectly reasonable approach.
I suggest to you that actually what you've said in paragraph 220 is somewhat different to that, but I can comment that in the closing submissions. Could we then turn to the additional information, please, which is CD and chapter 1, which is CD 1.10.1. Just that there is no indication in this document that you were involved in its production. Is that correct?
That's correct, yes. I wasn't involved in its production.
Or in the design process?
Not in the, no, I was asked to give some independent advice, separate from the landscape architects who were undertaking the LVIA.
And do you have that advice available to the inquiry?
No, I don't. It was something that I did back in 2019.
So can I just intervene to say I think the premise of the cross-examination is wrong. If I'm looking at chapter 1-3, the identification is table 1.4, other consultants involved in the submission. It includes Mr. Denny. So I think that the position of the cross-examination is being predicated on a matter that is not accurate.
I didn't hear that at all. I couldn't make sense of Mr. I'm sure it's a perfectly valid point, but I couldn't make sense of what Mr. Innes was saying.
Yes, I'm afraid I didn't hear what you had to say at the very outset, Mr. Innes.
Yes, so the cross-examination is proceeding on what I believe is a mistaken belief, because if one looks underneath at section 1.3 of the additional information for the project team, table 1.4 adds in other consultants involved in the production of the individual submission, and it includes landscape architectural consultancy, Mr. Denny. So he is actually specified as being part of the team in terms of the additional information as landscape architecture consultancy.
I've now understood Mr. Innes, and as I thought it was a good point, and I accept that question was inappropriate. I've missed that, and I shall explain why. If you turn on to chapter 4 in the document.
Sorry, Mr. Finney, I missed the paragraph.
It's chapter 4. So sorry, my apologies. CD 10.1.4.
Thank you.
Did you have input into this chapter, Mr. Denny?
Try to find some 1.4. This decision statement of the applicant.
This is chapter 4 of the AI.
Sorry, I've got the wrong CD number. Please give me the wrong CD number. Give me the CD.
You're right.
Again, I'll go back.
It's 1.10.4. My apologies.
I've gone to 10.1.
CD 1.10.4 is the document I'm on.
Yes, I have chapter 4 now.
Were you involved in the production of this chapter?
No, I wasn't. No, I wasn't. The landscape consultants who were originally involved in the project dealt with the landscape and visual impact assessment.
So I come back. the advice you gave to the client that you disclosed for the first time this morning, was that written advice or oral advice?
As I remember, it was oral advice largely, almost exclusively, because I was merely asked to undertake a review and pass on my comments, which I actually did over the phone to the then project.
Do you have a note of those comments anywhere?
Not just before the inquiry, or that I can recall at the present time, no.
Well, it's not before the inquiry, because if it was, I could take you to it. But so you, in your evidence in chief, it was about the only additional point you made, that in your report, you say you were instructed in January 2020 to give expert evidence. What date in January 2020?
I can't remember off the top of my head, I'm afraid.
But in evidence in chief, you said this morning you were asked to advise as an expert, not as an expert witness, but otherwise, in late 2019. Now, we have no record of what you advised there. I don't know whether it's consistent with what you're saying now or not. Is it possible for you to produce a note of your comments?
Not from memory, no. It related to potential changes in the height of turbines, which might reduce the visual and character effects from those which existed with the previous scheme.
Did you suggest any other changes
actually that No. My suggestions I made in relation to turbine heights that you see before you. The reason for it was I was working with this client on another scheme, therefore they knew of me, and it was suggested that their project manager ask my advice. So it was asking my advice. My official appointment to act in relation to this inquiry didn't happen until January, but I was asked to give some advice on the basis that I was working with this developer on a different scheme. And I suppose they thought, well, we'd just like to see what Brian's advice is alongside our landscape architects. I think more than that.
Do you accept the changes? Do you accept the changes reduced visual inconsistencies between the proposal and mid-hill turbines?
No, I think I answered that in your questions earlier. I said what I accept, not using the pejorative language of inconsistencies. It further reduced the landscape and visual effects.
I'm going to ask you to answer it directly, yes or no. Do you accept that the amendment has reduced visual inconsistencies between the operational turbines and the proposed turbines?
It certainly
yes
has. Well, I'm not prepared to accept the inconsistencies, because I don't accept that there were inconsistencies in the first place. So I said, setting aside the pejorative language of inconsistencies, which is the language of the council, I do accept that it further improved the relationship.
Could you turn to, and this is the last question before we break, could you turn to CD 1.10.6, please? And paragraph 6.7.4. Paragraph 6.7.4.
Yes, I have that. Yes.
Do you see it says the viewpoint analysis has confirmed that the amendment has reduced some of the visual inconsistencies stated by AC
Yes, I can see
between
it.
the operation of turbines. Isn't that an exception? So there has been a reduction on the visual inconsistencies.
Well, certainly that's the language of the authors. Yes, it's not the language I would have used, but it's the language of the authors. Possibly again, they're using the language of council.
I'm
May
sorry,
well be
Mr.
because
Daniel.
the exercise was right. Sorry, I'm getting echo again, Mr. Finley. That may be because the exercise has been undertaken at the time.
I didn't hear that, Mr. Denny, and I was muted when you were speaking.
Which is, I was saying, yes, I think they obviously they use that language, and maybe they're using the language of the council because what the whole exercise was to seek to address concerns of the council and seek to try to get to a position where there may have not have been an objection from the council. So that may be the reason for the use of the language.
So a very similar answer to some of my earlier questions, which I will pick up after lunch. That would be a convenient moment to break. We're making reasonable progress, just in case people are concerned, and I'd hope to finish broadly about 3 o'clock, if perhaps just after, if we start again at 2.
Okay. Well, thank you for that update, Mr. Finley. Yes, we'll take a break now for lunch and return back at 2 o'clock. Mr. Denny, if I could ask you not to discuss matters with your team, that would be very good of you. Thank you. So yes, so let's break now for lunch and come back at 2 o'clock. Thank you.
Can we just confirm then? I need to do some work, real work. So can we have are we able to ask questions? And if so, can you give us a rough time? Because I'd love to sit through the next hour, 2 hours, but as I said, I have to get back some pressing matters offshore. Is it fair to say then that could we say 4 o'clock? We could ask questions at 4, or have you got? Because I think it would be unfair if it stopped, you went to something else to come back, because we'd have lost the context of the questions.
If what Finley has said, he expects to finish his cross-examination of Mr. Denny by 3. Mr. Innes may have some questions to may want the opportunity to re-examine. But between then, it should be possible for you to ask questions if you are around. But if you're not able to, the purpose of setting Wednesday morning to one side was to give you a specific time. I mean, ideally, if you're around this afternoon, that would be the most appropriate time for you to ask questions of Mr. Denny.
Yeah, but I'm just trying to get a rough idea of timing, because as I said, I can't sit here.
Okay. Well, Mr. Finley has said he hopes to be finished by 3 or thereafter, shortly thereafter. So
okay, cool. I'll try again at 3 and see how it's getting on. And
is that probably the most appropriate thing?
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, thank you. So let's break for lunch and back at 2 o'clock. Thank you. Hi, Graham. Are you on the call still?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay. Do you want to start recording for the afternoon session?
It's still recording.
Okay, thank you.
Cheers.
Mr. Finley, we start the afternoon session. You continue your cross-examination of Mr. Denny.
Thank you very much. Mr. Denny, I can't see you at the moment. I don't know whether you could make yourself visible.
Okay, I'm saying
on screen at my end.
Just come on screen at flicking backwards and forwards, but I've got visual at the moment. Mr. Denny, could you take your report CD 615, please, and turn to paragraph 111. Was the mistake in paragraph 111 that you just got the date wrong? That you've been instructed since late 2019?
Sorry, just let me. Well, I was only appointed to the Fetteresso Wind Farm team in January 2020. I was asked, as I said earlier, I was asked to give some independent advice, a little independent advice, and that was really, I wasn't commissioned and brought onto the project. I was just asked to give some advice.
you. And then just tying that in with 112, in the fourth line it says, since his appointment, he has made visits to the site. When you were giving that independent advice prior to the AI, had you actually visited the site and the surrounding landscape?
No, I did so from material and documentation that was provided to me. It was a desktop exercise, and I availed myself of as much information as I could from that process. I was only complementing the LVI 18. It wasn't appointed to the LVI 18.
Mr. Denny, are you able to hear me?
I am now. Yes. I am now. I didn't hear you say anything earlier, but I can hear you now.
I can hear you now.
Thank you. So my question was, have you visited all the viewpoint locations?
Yes, I have.
And are you aware why the authors of the EIAR and the AI aren't giving evidence?
No, I'm not.
As I understand it, you've carried out a review of both documents. Is that correct?
No, I only read both documents in order to inform myself about the scheme so that I could help give the advice I was asked to give. If we're asking about that, my initial. But then, of course, yes, I have reviewed the material subsequently anyway, as part of my appointment.
So, no, I hadn't put a time frame on it, but you've reviewed in detail the EIAR and AI, as I understand it. Is that correct?
Well, I read them both to inform myself about the proposal. Yes, I wasn't asked to undertake an audit. I needed to ascertain that I didn't disagree with anything in it.
Well, that's the question I was coming on to. So, in many of these cases where a consultant has taken over, they have done an audit and provided their views. But are we to take it you agree with each and every view of professional opinion expressed in both documents?
Well, I haven't said that I don't.
No, but you haven't said, I mean, I'm talking about landscape and visual views, obviously, but you haven't said that you do. Yes. That's why I'm asking you the question. We need to know, and I'm sure the reporter needs to know, whether you are supporting, whether you adopt it. Or
yes, I adopt. I do adopt the assessments of the LVIA, yes.
So I suggest to you that, whilst in general terms,
so Mike, I just say,
it's perhaps unusual that you would agree with each and every example of professional judgment in a very detailed and lengthy landscape and visual impact analysis. I don't think I've ever come across another landscape consultant agreeing with each and every professional judgment in such circumstances before.
No, and indeed on many occasions I haven't done so myself. Occasions I haven't reported where I've done so. I found on this occasion that I saw just as a qualification that they had made for rising to giving to their judgments. I considered that myself and thought that that was a reasonable basis to come to those judgments and that I could adopt that. Probably what made it easier for me, of course, is that I've been involved in that earlier process that led to the modification to the modifications.
Mr. Denny, I'm still having difficulty in hearing you. You appear to be breaking up. So I really didn't understand your answer to that question. That's not a criticism of what you said, it's a criticism of the audibility of what you said. But can I put the question again?
Could I ask you, sir, are you having the same?
Sorry, I don't know who asked that question.
Or it's me, so I was asking if you were having the same difficulty.
No, I think he heard you just then, but I certainly didn't hear Mr. Finley when he spoke after you. So perhaps Mr. Finley, question. Sorry, Mr. Innes.
I was just going to say, what we might try and do is, as soon as Mr. Finley is asked a question, we'll go on mute. And equally, once Brian Denny has finished his response, we might try and go on mute. There might be a slight gap between the flow, but it might be better than having the echo. It might go into discontinuance. So if we try that and see how well that goes, because obviously what is happening is I think we're picking up echoes, and the only way to deal with that is to ask questions, deal with that, have a slight cut, switch the thing off and respond. The natural temptation in virtual is to respond to a question that gets you directly into the conflict of the echo. So I think the question, follow the question before, followed by hopefully it's coming off, and we'll do the same once we've responded, because we have a mute button that can be switched on off. If we try that and we try and avoid, because I think it is quite distracting when we get the position of the echo, and it usually is quite critical because it's either the bit of the question that's coming, or alternatively the last bit of the answer, and then we get the crossover. So we'll attempt that and see if that solves this issue, because otherwise it sounds good. It appears that it's in that overlap period where we just need to perhaps have a bit of a pause and allow the systems to sit. So we'll try that and see how we get on, if that's okay, sir.
Okay, well, thank you for that. Mr. Finley, if you'd like to ask your question again, and then we'll hit the mute buttons and see if Mr. Denny can reply in here. Thank you.
So I will do. So I would say that even Mr. Innes was, as far as we were concerned, and I've checked with others who are hearing it on a different system than this, have the same problem, that he was breaking up. I could understand what he was saying, but his voice was breaking up in part whilst he was saying it, and Mr. Denny likewise. But I will ask the question again and see how we go.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you very much.
So I would say that we have no difficulty hearing you at all. So it's I don't think it's a problem at our end. Mr. Denny, I was suggesting to you that it's unusual for one landscape consultant to agree with every subjective opinion of in a lengthy landscape and visual impact assessment. Would you agree?
Yes, I agree. I do agree. And then I caveated that by saying that it was possibly easier for me in this context because I have been involved in suggesting modifications to the scheme. And also I think it's a very well written and thorough, well considered LVIA. There have been occasions when I've not taken a commitment because I didn't feel I was able to support a scheme or an LVIA because I disagreed with too much of it. And there's been occasions where I've disagreed with parts of LVIAs because you're quite right, there is often a disagreement of professional judgment. That doesn't mean to say, of course, that it'll occur in all circumstances, particularly when something is competent and well written.
So I'm right in assuming that you adopt every expression of opinion in the EIAR and the AI.
Well, I've adopted its findings, yes, that's it, you earlier.
Are there any bits that you don't adopt?
No, I think I answered that question earlier, saying I haven't set out that I don't. No, you're quite correct.
Thank you. Could we turn on to paragraph 2.4 in your report, where you say the site lies at around 300 meters AOD, and then you give various heights of various hills to the north and south. Sorry, not north and south, northeast and west.
From the north, west and east. Yes.
Looking at those heights, there is only, if we take 300 meters as the approximate AOD, and I understand that certainly some of the taller turbines will be lower than that, there's only one of those summits which will not be overtopped by a 200-meter turbine.
Yes, the containment isn't total, but it is quite significant. Also, you've not to just look at. Also, you've not to just look at the heights of hill. Also, you need to look at where the receptor would be, because you don't need a hill to be as high as a turbine for a receptor not to be able to see visual effects, depending on the relationship of the receptor to the topographic features in question.
That's a matter of obvious logic, Mr. Denny. But if the turbines were only 125 meters high, using the same 300-meter approximate base, many more of those summits would completely hide them, wouldn't they?
There would be a greater degree of visual containment if the turbines were small containment. There'd also be a reduction in the benefits.
But you're not here to talk about the benefits, Mr. Denny. You're here to talk about the landscape and visual impact. Isn't that correct?
Yes, but I'm always cognizant when talking about wind farm design, but it's a more holistic consideration than can you see it, can't you see it?
I don't think anyone suggested anything as simplistic as that, Mr. Denny, so please don't accuse the council of doing so.
I'm not accusing anyone of doing so. I'm just saying it's an approach that needs to be more holistic, hence my answer to you.
If we go on to 2.11 in your report, you deal with rotor diameters. And you say that there are a range of potential diameters. And as I understand it from, and I'll just give you 3 references, I don't think you need to turn them up, CD 1.3.12, 1.3.13 and 1.3.14. They are the figures which show the candidate turbines, and they show a rotor diameter of all approximately 130 meters. Is that correct? The worst case scenario? Correct.
Yes, I'm informed that although the application is to tip height, that that rotor diameter is what the worst case is, and is indeed what will be.
So that if there was a condition restricting to the rotor, sorry, if there was a condition restricting the rotor diameter to that, that wouldn't cause the applicant any issues because it's a worst case scenario.
Well, it's the worst case scenario from the landscape and visual point of view. I can't talk on behalf of the developer, but my understanding of the developer is that they won't be for factors beyond my professional competence, that 130 will be what they will be.
No, Mr. Denny, you can't get away with that. A worst case scenario is the scenario that you have to assess as a landscape consultant. Is a 130-metre rotor diameter the worst case scenario? And would it be possible for the rotor diameters to be even larger, particularly on the larger turbines?
It is possible for there to be a larger rotor diameter on a 200 larger turbine, but that is dependent on other factors beyond my competence. That's dependent on my competence. For example, it's not only is where the developer may be able to source the candidate turbines from in any financial relationship they have with turbine manufacturers, but also, of course, matters to do with transport and blade length and how they will be brought to site. I don't know the details of that. All I'm told is that in this particular case, it has been decided that the worst case will be 130.
And presumably that is the case upon which the assessment in the EIAR and the AI and in the visualizations has been based.
Yes.
Did the EIAR or the AI carry out any express assessment of different rotor diameters?
Not that I can recollect.
Moving on to paragraph 212, you here refer to different rotational speeds. Again, I think you answered this before lunch, but perhaps you could confirm there's no express reference in that, as far as you're aware, in the EIAR or the AI.
No, that's correct. All landscape architects working in wind farms are well aware that there will be different rotational speeds. So you have to make sure that when you're carrying out your assessments on site, that you're cognizant of that and you take it into account. Hence me asking the question, as I said earlier.
But you say that, but I think as we agreed earlier, this is not just written for landscape architects carrying out an assessment. This is written to demonstrate what has been taken into account. That's what the purposes of an EIAR is it not? Transparent assessment.
Well, I think as we described earlier, the two tip speeds that I reported to the reporter are not within the material, but I do know that the variation in tip speed is a consideration in landscape and visual impact assessment for wind farms.
And indeed, it's a consideration that underlines Nature Scott's concern about coherency of design for extension to wind farms, is it not?
Well, that's going back to 2014 siting design of wind farms in the landscape. And clearly, if all of the turbines would behave themselves and all rotate at the same speed, then that would be more coherent than different tip speeds, different rotational speeds. But as I said earlier, if we are to deploy the modern larger topography turbines in the landscape, we're to use those in association with extensions, which is happening across Scotland, then there will be the effects associated with that, and they'll have to be taken into consideration in the planning balance. And again, I caveated that earlier by saying, of course, that you don't get the same rotational speed within a wind farm of turbines of the same size. So one needs to take it into consideration, but it's not an absolute.
No, you've made that point already. Could we move then to CD 211? Mr. Denny, I don't know whether you heard my last question. I'll ask it again. The end of that document, it says it recommends that the SNH guidance on landscape and visual impacts is taken into account. That guidance include the passage we looked at this morning about consistency of design. Is there any other evidence that you have about consistency of design being taken into account, save that which appears in the documents we looked at this morning?
No, we looked at the design criteria. The design criteria this morning. The only thing I would say in relation to what you've just said is the clearer and fuller advice that Nature's got is contained in their 17th of April 2020 advice, where there is some detailed advice concerning very many aspects of the scheme. Close spatial relationship with the operational mid-hill turbines, appearing as an extension of the group, etc. Detailed responses are in that 17th of April 2020 response.
Well, not quite an answer to my question, but I heard what you said. Can we go to that response now, which is CD 2.12? And if you go to the summary, it says the proposal would result in localized significant adverse landscape and visual effects. These result in particular from significantly larger turbines sited south and east of the existing Mid-Hill wind farm. First of all, do you accept that they are significantly larger?
Well, yes, because some of the turbines are 200 and the existing turbines are no greater than 125, so that is correct. It's also correct in what it says about significant adverse effects, because there will be localised significant adverse effects, and they're detailed within the LVA effects, and indeed Nature Scott themselves indicate just the extent to which they are localised.
We know there's a dispute about how local they are, and we'll come on to that. It goes on to say that they will be in closer proximity to the sensitive transition in landscape character from upland to lower lying landform, which is contrary to its siting and design guidance. Do you accept that?
Well, I accept that they're in slightly closer proximity because of their location. I don't accept that they have the adverse impact on the appreciation of the Highland fault and the upland perceptions relating to that, because a more detailed analysis shows that not to be the case.
No, that's what you suggest, but I think your more detailed analysis, which you refer to in your report, involves splitting the landscape character area in question into various parts. As I understand it, you're the only person that's done that. Is that correct?
So as I recollect from the LVIA, it actually sets out that there is a lower sensitivity within the area of Mid-Hill than across the landscape character type as a whole. And that's because of a presence of a wind farm already in the landscape and its impact on character and its reduction in the sensitivity of that landscape to a wind farm extension, but also the forestry and other matters, and that's set out within the LVIA, how this part of the landscape within the LCT differs from other parts of the landscape, and they set that out quite cogently.
Okay. under landscape character, the document says the development spills into a section of the sensitive highland boundary fault. Do you agree with that or not?
No, I don't.
The next bullet point talks about landform and skyline and includes a view as to whether the locations whether the turbines will be seen to lie at a similar height to existing mid-hill turbines. Do you know whether the author of this document carried out any site visits?
I don't know. All I see is their assessment is they do not dominate. They do not dominate. All I can say is that I see that they have concluded they do not dominate or interfere with the prominent or distinctive skyline feature or occupy a large proportion of the skyline. From most locations, the proposed turbines are seen to lie at a height similar to the existing mid-hill turbines. It's a very positive statement. They say prior to that, proposed turbines in an upland area forms a backdrop and skyline to the lowlands of Aberdeenshire. Well, it does in part, but it isn't part which is critical to an understanding of the Highland fault.
Mr. Denny, I can read the document as well as you. I asked whether you were aware that he'd visited any of the viewpoints. The sentence that you draw attention to, as I understand it, Mr. Steele doesn't suggest that these turbines dominate the skyline or occupy a large proportion of it, because in terms of the existing mid-hill farm, they clearly don't, do they?
No, and as I say, it's a fairly positive statement in relation to landform and skyline.
Say, I'm not sure that is why I'm cross-examining you. I'm cross-examining you more because the council considers that development does spill into the sensitive Highland boundary fault area, and because it considers there are more viewpoints than you or the author of this document of concern.
No, I think an analysis of views from the lower lying landscapes of Aberdeenshire, the coastal plain, indicates that the Highland fault is both eroded and is broken up in the area where the Fetteresso Wind Farm lies. And that can be seen by reference to a number of viewpoints, particularly, I think, viewpoint 12, where if from viewpoint 12 you look further along to your southwest, you will see that from Clachaneben and further south from that, that's where you get the clear and distinctive view of the change that Highland fault brings between the coastal plain and the uplands, not in the views towards Fetteresso. And that, of course, as I said earlier, is a reason for why that's in fact enshrined as part of the special qualities and characteristics of the special landscape area, which was designated in the area of Clachaneben and that part of the Highland fault. It doesn't extend to the Fetteresso area, which is an undesignated landscape.
Well, I think you can therefore be taken as disagreeing with the author of this document and indeed Mr. Steele, but I'm going to move on. The author discusses the strategic landscape capacity assessment, but he does not suggest it is not a document that should be had regard to. And in fairness to you, neither do you, as I understand it. If you go to 3.6 of your report, you recognise that the assessment remains a useful starting point in considering the nature and characteristics of the landscape, which can be used as part of a specific appraisal, if you'd let me finish, of potential effects.
Yes, it is. It's exactly what I say it is. It's a useful starting point. If you take from it that which is valid, which is this characterization of the landscape at a strategic level, and what it may tell you about relative sensitivities, because I don't accept that it's a document from which you can take anything in relation to capacity or capacity thresholds.
Come back to that in a moment. And almost lastly, if you go down to page 6, just above the words cumulative effects.
Sorry, are we back in? Which document are we in at the moment?
We're in the same CD 2.12. My apologies.
Yeah.
Do you have the words cumulative effects?
Yes. Yes.
Just above that, hill walkers on VP5 Clachneben, 8.6 kilometres to the west, would experience moderate effects which they consider to be potentially significant. That at least is more supportive of the council's and Mr. Steele's position than yours, is it not?
No, I think it's it sits on the fence between the two. I agree, moderate effects. I agree, moderate are actually significant. Then one needs to make a judgment, the particular context of a view, and so forth, as to whether it's significant or not. But yes, within the terms not only of the LVIA assessment methodology employed in this LVIA, but indeed that employed by my own company, moderate effects are potentially significant. So I agree in that context, but that doesn't mean that it supports the council's case, because the decision was made, and I agree with it, of the authors of the LVIA, but in the particular context of the view of that moderate effect was not significant.
Again, I'm still having trouble hearing some of what you're saying, Mr. Denny, but I think I got the gist of that. Can we move on from the SNH responses? I want to go to siting and design again, to some paragraphs we haven't been to already, CD 6.7. Tell me when you're there. It's paragraph 3.33 that I'm after, which is electronic page 21.
It's perspective.
It's making the point that scale indicators can affect judgment of perspective. And the introduction of turbines can confuse the sense of perspective. And it makes the point in the penultimate sentence on that page that is particularly the case where different turbine sizes are used, or where there are gaps between groups of wind turbines at varying distances to viewers. In a general sense, do you accept that observation?
Yes, I do. That is correct. That can occur. That's not to say that that is relating to you that it occurs in this case, but certainly that it occurs in this, as a general rule, that can be the case, which is why you need careful design when you're deploying turbines in association with previously consented schemes.
Again, Mr. Denny, I must say I'm still having very difficulty hearing your answer. I don't know whether you are too, but
on that occasion, I heard that one quite clearly. Perhaps you could repeat your answer, Mr. Denny, for Mr. Denny's benefit.
Yes, I agree. I agree, Mr. Finley, that the principles there are sound and that there can be those confusions of perspective in the landscape, which is why one needs to carefully site and design large topography turbines in association with other previously consented schemes in order to avoid the worst of what may occur. You're always going to get some scale disparity at some point when you're deploying, but one seeks to minimise those effects through good design, and that's what these proposals have done.
Well, thank you, Mr. Denny. Both, I heard that much more clearly, and we can agree to disagree about whether these principles have done that. Could we move on to paragraph 4.4, which I think is really making the point that you've just made in the second and third sentences, which read, where the cumulative impacts are likely to occur within an area, it is important to establish design objectives that can be consistently applied to all proposed development. This should result in a similarity of design and wind farm image within an area that limits visual confusions and reinforces the appropriateness of each development for its location. And it's quite, I mean, albeit that's talking about different wind farms, not extensions. The underlying principal approach is obvious, is it not?
Yes, it is, and this scheme has sought to limit those effects, and I think done so quite effectively.
If we go on to 4.11, this is making a point that there should either be, it's primarily dealing with separate wind farms, but making the point that that you have to take care if you're having wind farms very close to each other, as they may appear as an extension. And if they're of different design, they may conflict with other development. Again, it's how you apply that that is important, is it not?
Yes, there can be a tension. You want to need a wind farm to appear properly separated from another wind farm, so they read as distinct and separate wind farms in the landscape, or you want them to read as a coherent whole when it's an extension. What you don't want, and that's what really that's telling you, is you don't want something that falls between the two, because then that can lead to something confusing. This doesn't fall between the two. As Nature Scott themselves have said, it reads completely as a single wind farm and an extension to Midfield.
Yes, and that brings us neatly back to the guidance at 4.16, 4.17, which we started off with, and we've heard your views on. So I was going to leave siting and design now, and just give me a moment. Yes, so what account have you taken, separate point, the fact that Midhill 1 and 2 at the moment are due to come to an end of their operational life in 2039, whereas I think Fetteresso is applying for a 35-year time span.
Yes, that's correct. I haven't set out any evidence concerning the appearance of Fetteresso in the landscape in isolation, although from its layout it would just read as a wind farm in the landscape. Although I can't imagine a situation in which
any wind farm would read as a wind farm in the landscape, but you haven't given any evidence as to Fetteresso in isolation.
No, I haven't given that evidence, no. But I can't imagine a situation before that arose that Midhill 1 and Midhill 2 would be repowered.
Can I move away from that and look at landscape character areas briefly? Could I first ask you to go to CD 6.9a, which is the extract from Nature Scott's document on summits and plateaus. Tell me when you're there.
Yes, I'm sorry, I'm there.
Thank you. Under the key characteristics, the first characteristic says the landform is more complex around the highland boundary fault. And as I understand it, there's no dispute about this. The proposal lies on or extremely close to the highland boundary fault line as a geological feature.
The site lies set back from the highland boundary fault line. We know that the fault line comes all the way from the Isle of Arran all the way to a point just a couple of miles north of Stonehaven, and differs in how one can perceive it along its length. As it approaches the Fetteresso location and as it then curves round to the coast, Stonehaven, it becomes diminished and fragmented. Indeed, by the time it reaches the coast and the fault line dips under the coast, it's not capable to perceive it at all because it has diminished and eroded to such a degree. As I said earlier,
Mr. Denny, sorry, I'm going to interrupt you. Could you just answer my question, which was, does the wind farm proposal lie on or very close to the highland boundary fault? So, simple question. Sorry?
I'm sorry, Mr. Finley, I thought I'd answer that at the outset by saying that it lies away from, behind the Highland Fault, or the line of the Highland Fault, in the upland landscape. But yes, it's relatively close to the Highland Fault, but in a location where the Highland Fault cannot well be perceived because of the way in which it's both fragmented and eroded at that point, and is moving towards a point where it is fully eroded away before it reaches the coast of Stonehaven.
Well, I'd suggest to you that you've grossly exaggerated that, and if we turn to viewpoint 12, and I'll just give you a CD reference in a moment. I think it's CD 1.12.31, but it's figure 4.30A in the AI figures. I'd suggest to you that the escarpment is prominent, not only to the left of the wind farm as it now is seen, but also where the wind farm is, and indeed beyond it, to the east, northeast.
No, I don't agree. I think if you were sitting at a wind farm inquiry, one wouldn't have any perception from looking at that landform and that landscape that the Highland Fault existed in the region of Fetteresso Wind Farm. At that point, it's become substantially eroded over time, fragmented, and is dipping down towards where it eventually will cease to exist, at least visibly at all, before it dips under the ocean close to Stonehaven. If you go on from that view and look at sheet at 4.30D, which is a few pages a little bit further on of the same panorama, so now you're looking further to the southwest from that viewpoint, and you can see how the uplands and the relationship between the uplands and the Highland Boundary Fault is much more intact, and there is that sharp division between the coastal plain and the uplands, which are not eroded and fragmented in the same way as they are, and you can actually see that they clearly represent, in terms of their land cover and form, an upland landscape, and are differentiated very significantly from lowland agricultural landscape, which lies steeply and dramatically below. Return back to the viewpoint looking towards the wind farm that Mr. Finley took me to. We can see there's a very different relationship between that lowland agricultural landscape and the location of the wind farm, in which that sharp and dramatic difference between lowland agricultural landscape and the uplands is not present. Indeed, most of the landform and the land cover rising up to the wind farm appears to be green and verdant and does not have the same characteristics of that upland landscape that you see from Clacton-y-Ben and going to the southeast of Clacton-y-Ben.
Well, I suggest to you, Mr. Denny, not only you're wrong, but if you look even at figure 4.30a, if you look to the left of the wind farm, roughly to the left-hand arrow where it says extent of 53.5% planar panorama, you've got a very clear juxtaposition between the How of Mearns there, as I understand it, How of the Mearns, and the escarpment with wooded upper slopes, quite identical to the slopes upon which, in terms of their wood cover, and respect of which the Midhill currently sits and Fetteresso would sit. There's no distinction of tree cover. Well, I matter for the reporter.
I disagree.
But I'd suggest to you that there's clear, talk about the green cover, there's looking straight out from that photograph, perhaps to the left-hand side of the three red pull-out, and certainly in my document, you have a clear escarpment above which is tree covered, which is no different from the tree cover or the height of the tree cover at Fetteresso or Midhill.
Well, it isn't. In terms of one's perception and appreciation, they're very, very different indeed. So if I could just point to, even then looking at sheet 430A, which is the one that has the wind farm visualization, even if we just look to the left-hand side of that view, you can actually see the beginnings of the very sharp and dramatic scarp slope of the Highland fault, rising very steeply. It's 12 to 14 degree incline, rising very steeply away from the Howes of Mearns. And that's where you can really appreciate the Highland fault in this landscape. And you can see how distinctly different that is, even just a piece of the landscape that we can see in the left hand of that view, from the more fragmented, gentler, lower lying and more complex landscape where the wind farm is located, in which you do not get that appreciation of the difference between the coastal plain and the uplands because of the erosion and fragmentation that's taken place. And it's obvious that that fragmentation and erosion is taking place because as it dips further to the northeast, the highlands are eroded completely, so that by the time the Highland fault dips into the sea north of Stonehaven, it's disappeared from together.
Mr. Denny, we're going to be a lot further after 3 o'clock than I'd intended. If you can continue to give us your full case on the Highland boundary fault line every time I ask you a question about it, which you know exactly what you're doing. If you look at looking at 4.30a, where is the How of the Mearns? Isn't it straight in front of you? In large part.
Yes, but it's slightly off to the left, yes.
Slightly off to the left. And that's what is described in SNH's own document as showing a dramatic juxtaposition of steep scarp slopes with the expansive low-lying farmed and settled How of the Mearns. It's not way off to the left, it's straight in front of you. You're just talking,
well, it's not
I'm afraid the distinction you're trying to draw is just not evident on the site.
It's not a scarp slope at that point because there's been further erosion behind that landform, which is part of that complex erosion pattern that I was just talking about. Where the steep scarp slope exists is where I was describing it.
move to visual impact, and I just want to put 5 viewpoints to you, and we'll take them in order. Viewpoint 4. Sorry, just one point before we go to visual impact. My apologies. In 4.25 of your report, you refer to an SNH document about capacity studies. Do you have that? 4.25 of
Yes,
your
I do.
report.
Yes, I do.
It's a draft document, isn't it?
Yes, my understanding is because it came up in inquiry. Sorry, I'm getting the echo again.
Is it still in draft or not?
Yes, it is a draft document, and my understanding is that SNH considered that it'll actually be finally adopted late autumn, which means now November. But it is clearly what they currently think is SNH's, Nature Scott's current and well-considered thoughts on the matter. The 2 paragraphs, sir, which I think are most cogent for you, referring to...
I've just asked you about whether it's a draft document. Could you try and contain yourself and not argue your client's case the whole time? Now, it's a draft document that was put out to consult. Mr. Denny, it's a draft document that was put out to consultation, wasn't it?
Yes, it was, and it was a draft document which contained Nature Scott's views on the matter of...
Do you know what the result of Nature Scott's views on the consultation responses are?
No, I don't, but all I know, what I've been told, is that Nature Scott consider that they will be finalising the document late autumn, so it will be pertinent to the reporter's report.
I'm sure it will be when finalised, but why didn't you draw attention in your report to the fact that it was draft and that you didn't know the basis on which it was going to be finalised?
It's clear if you follow the link that I put in my evidence, it takes you to the Nature Scott website page on which the draft document is situated.
Can we then turn to visual impact and the 4 areas? I want to go to viewpoint 4, which is Cairn Mount first, please, which is, and I've lost my... It's CD 1.12.23 and it's figure 4.22a. Do you have that?
Yes, I do.
Yes, I do. Now, what we see there are some of the turbines are appear in front of Mill Hill. So in terms of perspective, one isn't entirely sure whether their larger size is due to them being closer or being bigger. Would you accept that?
To a degree, I would, yes, but actually, if you look at the visualization, it's not particularly easy from that viewpoint to discern the differences in scale because of the different heights and distances at which the turbines lie within the landscape, which is why the larger topography turbines are reasonably well able to assimilate with the original Mid-Hill 1 and 2 wind farms.
It's not the point I put to you, but the turbines to the side, which include turbine 3, sit on, particularly turbine 3, sit on its own and provides a scale indicator for the other turbines, does it not? Making it clear that they're smaller and are of different scale.
It's not that easy to appreciate. I don't accept that it's easy to appreciate the difference in scale there. But nonetheless, they are closer to you and they are slightly larger. But because of the way that they lie in the landscape, it is not that readily apparent. even an expert would find it difficult to tell you what the turbines were.
My apologies. And then lastly, turbines 1 and 2 lie behind the wind farm and will give a very confusing impact on perspective because they're bigger, but particularly turbine 2, which stands up but further away. Do you not accept that?
Yes, I think the LVIA does say in that regard that it would make it appear as that turbine was slightly closer to the viewer. But nonetheless, my view is that the larger topography turbines read very well with the smaller turbines in Mid-Hill 1 and Mid-Hill 2 because of the design parameters that the designers of this wind farm have had regard to. And therefore, those scale disparities are not particularly apparent.
Surely the point is that with the turbines that lie behind, the scale disparity will not be put down to perspective.
Well, clearly, there are, the LVIA says, there are some appreciable differences between the turbines in terms of scale and height. But overall, because of the way that they're located in the landscape and the difference in base heights between them, the overall effect is one of a consistent and reasonably coherent wind farm, notwithstanding the fact that you can see in some instances some of the turbines are slightly larger.
Well, we can agree to disagree about that. Can we go on to viewpoint 5, which is, and to figure 4.23a, which is CD 1.12.24. In this viewpoint, again, you're looking from behind the scarp slope down, but you can clearly see, even from this viewpoint, that beyond Mid-Hill, Fetteresso, the land will dip down to a farm plain and then to the sea. And if you look to your effectively left and northeast, you can see the line of hills continuing along, as you can if you look to your right and the southwest.
Yes, but it's a very different
You're clearly
relationship.
sitting on the edge of an escarpment, aren't you?
No, you're sitting on you're sitting back. Sorry, I'm getting the echo again, Mr. Finney. You're sitting back from a very fragmented edge of the Highland Fault escarpment at this location. You can see that this is an area in which there are significant folds in the landscape brought about by erosion. And as I said, that erosion eventually completely erodes this part of the uplands away before it reaches the coast. Further back to the south and the west, the landscape is less fragmented, less eroded, and the relationship between the coastal plain and the uplands is much more distinct and more dramatic.
Well, we've been over that ground. I'm not going to go over it again. The second thing you can see from this visualization is that the grouping of turbines to the right-hand side of existing Mid-Hill wind farm provide very clear scale indicators, which are show the height of the turbines and the much greater rotor diameter of the blades, don't they?
You can appreciate the greater rotor diameter in relation to those turbines located relatively close together, although their scale difference is still ameliorated to a large degree by the way in which the turbines sit at different heights within both of the schemes, Mid-Hill 1, 2 and Fetteresso, and the relationship that gives them enable them to read as a single wind farm, rather than if they were on a flat plane. I think I'd be agreeing with you that the scale disparity would be relatively apparent. They're not on a flat plane. They're in an undulating, forested, rolling landscape with their bases at different heights, which is what the designers of the wind farm intended to do in order to be able to make them read as a cogent whole, as a single wind farm. And indeed, Nature Scott have indicated that it will read as a single wind farm.
We all agree it's going to read as a single wind farm. It's whether it's going to be a coherent one or not. And the third point from this viewpoint is if you look at turbines 1, particularly 2 and 3, which sit behind it again, the disparity in size and scale will become particularly evident, because perspective would suggest that those turbines should be smaller, but in fact they will appear larger.
I think from a mathematical point of view and perspective, you're correct. But how does it read in the landscape? I think it reads as a reasonably consistent wind farm, notwithstanding the fact that it might be able to appreciate that not all the turbines within it are of the same size or scale.
Could we then turn on to viewpoint 11, which is, sorry, viewpoint 11, which is CD 1.12.30, figure 4.29. Bearing in mind, if one's looking at the wire line on the bottom, many of the tips that are shown on that are actually invisible as a result of the tree cover that we see in the photograph above. Would you agree?
Yes, that's correct. Yes.
And sorry, this not only will the turbines appear much bigger insofar as you can see them and you'll see hubs, but the group of turbines to the left, that is not turbines 1, 2, well, you can't see 1, but not 2 and 3. But the others to the left clearly show how this is spilling out of the higher area and coming down into the more farmed area below.
Yes, indeed. There are very, very few locations with the landscape. Sorry, Mr. Finley, I think you may not be on mute again. I'm getting an echo.
My apologies.
My
apologies. I hadn't muted. I'll mute now.
There are very few locations in the landscape where you get a visual view of Fetteresso, where you didn't previously also get a view of hubs or tips of Mid Hill. This is one of the very few locations where, because of a notch in the landscape, where those localized significant effects are a result of Fetteresso. And indeed, the LIA characterizes this particular view as being moderate, major, and significant. It is one of the places where there are additional significant effects resulting from Fetteresso, where the mid-hill turbines weren't themselves already seen or apparent in the landscape. And that comes back to this point about limited localized significant effects.
And then lastly, and also demonstrating how they spill out of the landscape, can you turn to settlement viewpoint 1, Auchenblay, figure 4.35a, CD 1.12.36. Just Figure 4.35A, CD 1.12.36, I believe. Should be towards the end of that large document that you have.
What was the figure reference against it?
4.35. It's in the same, in my bundle, it's the same bundle we've just been looking at.
I'm looking at the second one, which is why I'm not finding it. Right, I now have it.
One can see turbines 1, 2, and 3, which are the turbines on the right-hand side. You can only see a blade of turbine 1. But turbines 4, 5, 6, and 7, particularly 5, 6, and 7, I think 4, all sit in front of the existing mid-hill turbines. And indeed, almost at the foot of turbine 6, one sees a slight rise in the landscape, which is Turf Hill.
Yes, that's correct.
And then the larger 180 and 200 meter turbines don't have a great impact on this. They're off on the left-hand side, although the blades are taller. But the turbines 4, 5, 6, and 7, are they not exactly demonstrating the impact that we saw considered to be unacceptable in the Mid-Hill 2 environmental statement? They're coming down the hill and giving the impression of being further forward and eroding the scale of the escarpment, which one can see from Auchenblay.
Well, I've already said to you what I consider about using the language of unacceptable. But yes, I agree with you that the turbines from this particular area in relation to Auchenblay, that is one of the areas that the LVIA does indicate where there are some localized significant effects extending in terms of character effects out to those 5 kilometers that we talked about. And so, yes, a wind farm is going to give rise to significant effects. Those that this gives rise to are pretty limited and localized in the extent to which they occur, but this happens to be one of those places where a significant effect arises. And that is documented in the LVIA.
And lastly, just so that we can see how this sits into landscape, if you turn to 4.3, so sorry, it's figure 4.3, which is CD at 1.12.4, I believe. So it should be in that.
Sorry, Mr. Kinlan.
It's figure 4.3, AI figure 4.3, which I think is 1.12.4.
Thank you.
Do you have that, Mr. Denny?
Just downloading. Yes, I have that now.
Grateful. One can see, I've used this because it's got a 5-kilometre ring, and your suggestion is that, this is back to landscape, that all the significant landscape impacts fall within that 5-kilometre ring, if not greatly within it. Whereas the Midhill 2 and Mr. Steele believe they may extend up to 7 kilometres, and it's with the circle, it's easier to visualize it. Now, I'm not confusing visual impact with landscape impact, but if you look at where viewpoint 11 is and the extent to which all 10 or 9 to 10 turbines are theoretically visible, and look where Auchenblay is, isn't that a good indication that there are areas where the landscape significance can extend greater than 5 kilometres?
Well, clearly, the landscape effects can't
significant landscape effects can extend greater than 5 kilometres.
Yeah, sorry, I will answer again in a moment, Mr. Finley, but I think I was getting the echo, so I stopped. Yes, clearly, landscape effects can extend further than 5 kilometres from a wind farm. I fully accept that. They can extend to 7, 8, 9 kilometres. That depends on the particular circumstances and assessment of impact on character at a particular location. It's not a rule of thumb. And as you quite rightly say, it's not the same thing as visual impact, which has some different parameters. I think that viewpoint 11 is obviously from a high point on a footpath and is visual assessment. From the majority of the rest of the landscape lying below it, although there's that theoretical visibility, because of the nature of the views that you see or don't see on the lower lying landscape below the hill at viewpoint 11, the context in which you see and appreciate the landscape as you move through it, that gives rise to a difference between the assessments of significant and not significant. It isn't a matter of just a direct interpretation of the ZTV.
Obviously, I accept that, but that you don't just interpret it from the ZTV. I was putting it to you as an indication that you've underestimated the landscape, the lateral extent of significant landscape impacts. But perhaps it's best we can leave the reporter to judge that. Those were all my questions, Mr. Denny. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Finley.
Okay, thank you for that. Mr. Clapham, are you still on the call? Hello, Mr. Clapham.
Sorry, yes, I am still on the call. I was
okay.
I was just all muted everywhere.
I think if you have particular questions on landscape and visual amenity, now would be an appropriate time to ask those questions while Mr. Denny is in the witness seat. But bear in mind, please, that he is here to talk about landscape and visual matters and not other aspects of the proposed development. So I don't know if you wanted to take this opportunity to ask Mr. Denny some questions.
Well, you can perhaps help me as to whether my questions are relevant at this time or whether they should come at another time. But I had two questions I particularly wanted to ask. One of them was, Mr. Denny has considered the visual impact, and particularly, if you like, he's placed the impact in the context of the existing Midhill wind farm. Is it a good time now to also ask him whether he considered the effect of aviation lighting, which of course there is no aviation lighting at Midhill, and did he consider the effects of aviation lighting that may arise at Fetteresso?
Okay, well, I think we did make particular reference to the fact that we would ask we will deal with aviation lighting if anybody had any questions on that matter at this session. So that's entirely appropriate.
Okay, thank you. Then in that case, I would like to ask that one question. And I don't know whether.
I was going to say, and I think your first question was appropriate as well. So.
Okay, so I'll go and I'll ask that question then to Mr. Denny. Mr. Denny, could you comment on the work that you've done with regard to visual impact? And you particularly, if you like, you placed your comments in the context of the existing Mid Hill wind farm. Now, what I wanted to know was, how did you consider, or how did you view the proposed Fetteresso wind farm in the context now with regard to lighting and the fact there is no lighting on the Mid Hill turbines, and if I understand it correctly, there will be lighting on at least 4 of the turbines at Fetteresso?
Yes, so the first thing is lighting is considered within. Sorry, can people hear me again now?
Perhaps I could ask you to mute your computer. Okay, on you go, Mr. Denny. Sorry.
Yes, the LVIA and the AO has considered lighting. It's part of the environmental impact assessment because it has a visual effect and can have an effect on the perception of landscape character. In terms of landscape character, well, that only arises largely at dusk, when one has the ability to appreciate the lighting and the landscape simultaneously. Obviously, once it's dark, it becomes a visual effect because you can't appreciate the underlying landscape because it's dark. And in the daylight, when the turbines are not lit, then again, it doesn't occur in relation to character effects. But yes, both the potential character and landscape effects are considered in the LVIA, and they are part of the overall assessment of significant effects when those judgments are made. So that has happened. That's set out within the LVIA material. I mean, just for your knowledge, sorry, it is in fact turbines 7 and 8 and 9 and 10 which are lit.
Right. So can I understand that? So you considered it it's important only at around a time of dusk. You didn't consider it from a light pollution point of view, and the fact that it would then inhibit one's view of the open sky at these locations. And they are, of course, I mean, some of the very dark locations in this area.
No.
I'm talking here let's put it simply. I'm talking about a view of the stars and a view of the northern lights.
Well, I'm not here to give technical evidence on light pollution, but I do know that the intensity of the 2000 candela lights and the manner in which they are seen and perceived both by people and also, of course, by aircraft, which is what they're designed to, are such that they will not impinge upon one's ability either to see the stars or to see the northern lights, because the way in which they operate won't do that. But that's really for technical evidence beyond. I just happen to know that because I've dealt with lighting in wind farms so many times. But no, I wasn't saying that the consideration is not given to the effect of the lighting at night, because it is. At night, it becomes, as I said, a visual effect. At 3 o'clock in the morning, you're not really generally able to appreciate the landscape because it's dark, but you can see the lights, so they have a visual effect. What SMH have asked us to do in undertaking nighttime studies is they're particularly interested in terms of landscape effects at that period at dawn and dusk. We're able to appreciate both seeing the lights and seeing the landscape at the same time, and the assessment in the LVIA does that.
Okay, I'm not sure if that's completely answered my question with regard to light pollution. So, but I think what you're telling me is that you consider that the lights on the turbines will not affect the if you like the view of the sky on clear nights when it's dark.
No, the intensity of the light, although visible, the light spillage from it is not sufficient to do that. Indeed, I've actually looked at turbine lights in different parts of the Scottish landscape, and I've actually seen demonstrations of the lights. Their intensity, as you would perceive them, is very similar to that of a car brake limit. And you wouldn't, for example, say that if car brake light was on, you couldn't appreciate them, you could also see the northern lights, but they're of that level of intensity as we would perceive them as receptors in the landscape.
Really? You would say that a car brake light wouldn't affect your ability to view the night sky?
Well, if you were stood 5 meters away from the car, then it would, merely because it would affect the way in which your eye and your pupil relates to light gathering. If the car brake light was at the sort of distances that you're looking at the turbines from, then yes, what I said stands.
Okay, so that's important. So the intensity of the lights will be the same as a car brake light. So that it will have the same whatever we want. Well, I forget now how we. Sorry, excuse me. Let me finish. I forget now how we measure light. But it's either lumens or candela. But it's the intensity of the light from the turbine is candela, is it? The intensity of the light from the turbine will be the same as a car brake light.
No, I'm not saying the candela is the same. I'm saying how you would appreciate it, particularly from the lower lying landscapes, because of the way that turbine lighting works. Is you're unlikely to see it, in terms of your perception at the distances we're talking about here, as being any brighter than them. One of the things that happens with turbine lights, for example, is every degree below the horizontal, the perceived brightness of the 2000 candela light dips, and it dips away very quickly. So if you were looking at it from exactly the same elevation as the light, say you were on another hilltop, you would perceive it as being brighter than if you were looking at it from the lowland landscape, as say you were driving around or walking around or being in and around in the settlements, because how you perceive the brightness of aviation lighting is determined by angle of view, and the perceived brightness dips away very, very quickly with angle of view. You're asking me to answer questions that are largely beyond technical expertise of a landscape architect, but I've read enough technical reports from those who have the expertise to be able to give you at least that answer.
Right. Okay. I'll have to perhaps try and I'll go back over the recording and review what you've just said again, because I don't want to ask you to repeat it, but I'm not sure if I've understood it. Thank you very much for that. My second question was, I did actually ask Natural Power for an estimate of how much, if you like, reduction in power there would be if the 4 turbines which are over 150 meters were reduced below 150 meters. Are you aware whether that work was done? And if so, what was the answer?
Well, I'm not, so I can't give the answer. Again, the only thing I know from my involvement with wind farms is as you reduce both the swept path and the height of a turbine, the power generation potential doesn't just drop off a bit, it drops off a great deal.
Okay, so it does drop off a great deal, but we don't know by how much that. When you say a great deal, what is that? Is that 50% or what sort of percentage drop are we talking about?
I can't really say that, because it literally depends on where an individual turbine is, because the wind speeds and so on across a site will dictate how efficient an individual turbine is, and also any reduction you make in its height will be a function of how efficient it is in the first place. So I can't give you any hard facts on that. The only thing I can give you from my knowledge is that as you reduce swept path and height, the actual potential generation capacity drops off quite quickly.
Okay, so I might come back and ask that question again then later on during the inquiry. Thank you very much. That's the end of my questions. Thank you very much indeed, Mr. Sykes.
Mr. Clapham. That's almost 3:30. I wonder if it'd be a good time to take a 10-minute break. I do have some questions for you, Mr. Denny. Not many, just some points of clarification. And I know that Mr. Burgoyne, before we broke for lunch, said he might have a few questions, but I think I've had a lot of questions to answer in the last hour and a half, so I think it would be good to perhaps take a 10-minute break. Sorry, Mr. Struan, yes. So you're on mute. I can't hear what you're saying.
I was just wondering whether it would be possible for me to ask 1 or 2 questions.
Oh, indeed, yes. I think if you've got questions specifically within Mr. Denny's remit, now would be a good time to ask those questions.
Okay.
So when we come back from our break, I'll certainly invite you and Mr. Burgoyne if they have any questions for Mr. Denny, and say now would be a good time to ask them.
Okay, thanks.
Okay. Okay, so let's break for 10 minutes and we'll come back at 20 to 4. Thank you very much. Okay, welcome back. Before we proceed, can I just check with Mr. McGowan is on the call? Has he rejoined the call? Okay. Mr. Strawn, if you did have a couple of questions for Mr. Denny, now would be an appropriate time to ask those questions. Okay, so over to you. I'm afraid you're still on mute, Mr. Strawn.
Hello. Mr. Denny, how many viewpoints have you identified or considered for this proposal?
I can't remember the exact number, but they're listed in the LVIA. I think it's about 14, is it? In that nature. I can give you the exact number if I turn up the document.
It's okay, it doesn't need to be an exact number. How many viewpoints do you think there are in Aberdeenshire?
Millions.
I would agree. Probably an infinite number. Do you think that this dissemination, and you referred to salami slicing, do you think that this dissemination of visual landscape evidence into designated viewpoints negates the overall effect that these new turbines will have on the landscape as a whole?
No, the reason why it works the way it does, this flows from a range of guidelines for landscape and visual impact assessment, culminating in what's called GVLA 3, the third edition of guidelines on landscape visual impact assessment. Viewpoints are chosen and agreed with the local authority to be representative. So although there is a viewpoint assessment should be representative of different types of views in different parts of the landscape at different distances, so that people, as well as the assessor, can use them to also help them gauge what the impact might be from similar locations elsewhere in the landscape. It's done so that you don't have to have millions of viewpoints for every 100 metres, for example, but they are chosen to be particularly important representative viewpoints to aid in the assessment.
Okay, well, I'll have to disagree with that, because I don't think that they are representative. People who come to visit here, tourists who come to visit, they appreciate the landscape. You know, for instance, even climbing Cloch na Ben, they appreciate the landscape every step of the way. So it's not just about getting to one particular viewpoint and taking that. And so I think this is misleading to have considered only 16 viewpoints in the whole of Aberdeenshire, where this is going to have absolutely dramatic effects compared to that. And I'll just leave that question for the moment. You said that you have to site turbines higher up to get the wind, which makes them more visible. How does that square with topographical containment, which is a word, an expression I haven't heard used before, but it's an interesting expression. But how do you square that?
Well, a wind farm can be topographically contained in a number of ways. It can be contained in a way which diminishes its available wind resource, and that would reduce the overall efficiency of the turbines and the power generation. But it can be contained in a wider, more strategic landscape sense, so that although the wind resource is not significantly diminished, other features within the local landscape, other topographical elements, can help to contain its visual and landscape effects without diminishing to any significant degree the wind resource of the wind farm. And it's up to a developer to decide whether any given particular topographical location that it works for them as a viable wind farm, not for me as a landscape architect. But yes, you're right. I mean, if you were to put a wind farm down in a very deep bowl, I mean, a sort of to make it extreme, if you put it into a crater, then the wind speeds would diminish to such an extent that although the visual impact wouldn't extend beyond the crater rim, it wouldn't be worth doing because there would be no power generation. So there's always a compromise between wanting a wind farm not to have too great a visual or character impact on the landscape, but at the same time to ensure that the turbines are sited in a location in which it makes it worthwhile having those landscape and visual effects because they're balanced out by the generating power of the wind farm.
Okay, thank you. Perhaps just one final question. I believe you said that the environmental impact assessment was objective, but I mean, who pays for the environmental impact assessment?
I'm afraid the developer has to, because that's the way the system works.
The public at large, I think, would like to feel confident in the process which is being undertaken here. And so in that case, I think they would like to see an environmental impact assessment, which is completely free to make a scientific, if you like, analysis, which if it's being paid for, it doesn't give that impression that it is autonomous.
I can understand exactly why you and members of the public might say that, but myself and all the other professionals who have participated in the environmental impact assessment process are professionally bound to do so within the terms of their professional duties. That is to actually report truthfully and objectively what their assessments are. What you don't see in an environmental impact assessment is the things that happen behind the scenes. So, for example, if there were some turbines in a theoretical wind farm that I didn't feel I could support, you wouldn't see that being necessarily written into the environmental impact assessment in terms of my assessments, because they would already have gone before we got to the point of assessing the turbines. At the point where the landscape visual impact assessment is being undertaken, i.e. the scheme that's going before planning has been chosen by the developer, but it's incumbent upon the landscape architects within their professional code of conduct to report those effects objectively and professionally. And that is what happens. And indeed, in the same way as I have a professional duty to this inquiry and to the reporter. My professional duty in this inquiry is not to my client, but it is to the inquiry and the reporter.
During the last wind farm application, which happened here, the environmental impact assessment referred to damaged areas of peat which needed to be repaired. It's statements like that which lead the public to some disquiet, because one doesn't go around repairing the hills from peat damage, caused by natural erosion. Natural erosion is what we expect to happen, and it is not in need of repair. And this is the kind of tactics that we don't appreciate up here. But that's the end of my questions. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Strong. Okay. Can I again just check whether Mr. Burgoyne is on the call? If not, I'll ask the few questions that I have. Okay, Mr. Burgoyne? Okay. Just a few points of clarification, Mr. Denny. I think Mr. Finley's covered quite a lot of the things that I had noted. My first one is a very straightforward one. In the additional information, the wireline figures, those with that which have the suffix E, I just wonder if there's a commentary on how to interpret those drawings in the additional information.
That's not something that I'm familiar with, so you brought something to my attention that I'm not familiar with. The without looking specifically, I'm not able to help you on that.
Okay, that's fine. Perhaps we can come back to that and
be part of design iteration.
Okay, thank you. I just had a very brief question about micrositing, actually. I noticed in the application there's a micrositing distance of 50 metres that is proposed. And I wonder, given the proximity of some of the residential properties assessed in the visual amenity assessment to the application, whether this would alter any aspect of that assessment. For example, some of the magnitude of change for some of the properties is already noted as being substantial, giving rise to visual effects. So, I just wanted to be confident that perhaps the 50-metre micrositing distance wouldn't cause any further impact that's not addressed in the assessment as it's shown.
Indeed, so that's a very pertinent question. In fact, the inquiry that I was at last week with Mr. Steele, the reporter, asked me the self-same question. In that context, we had a greater micrositing distance. But at the distances that these turbines are from these residential properties, micrositing of 50 metres, which has been commonplace even when we were looking at turbines of 100 and 110 metres, would not be sufficient for you to be able to make any real difference in terms of how you would perceive the impact of the turbines because of and I do accept so that in certain circumstances, if a turbine was in very close proximity to a property, and if it was above that property, say on a ridgeline, then 50 metres could make a difference to the impact on that property. And I have occasions where I've seen that happen. In this context, with the distances that we are from the property, the change that would occur within 50 metres, even if that 50-metre micrositing was towards the property, would be barely or not discernible in the landscape. As some developers are seeking greater micrositing distances, there are occasions, so which I would agree with you, where that might be an issue. And I have had schemes where a condition has been imposed because of the micrositing distance and because of the relationship with residential properties. I don't think that arises here because of the particular relationship, the distance that the turbines are away, where they sit in the landscape, and how you wouldn't be able to really discern that 50-metre micrositing distance.
Okay, thank you very much. My next question was, and again, it's just a point of clarification. Mr. Finlay asked you a question about the landscape character type and in effect a subtype where the application site sits. And I just wonder whether this is part of any formal assessment that's been undertaken, or whether it's simply something that arose out of the LVIA undertaken to support the application. So, in effect, whether it's just a professional judgment and an observation, or is there something formal, a formal assessment that I could see or might read elsewhere?
So I can't take you to the paragraph numbers, but within the capacity study, it does give some descriptions of the changes of the landscape across the LCT, indicating that there are differences across the LCT and in particular in the region of the site. In terms of a detailed assessment, then that assessment is the assessment within the LVIA, looking at the very specifics of the landscape within that landscape visual impact assessment. And I know, so that you've had the ability, like I have, to go up onto the site and all around the existing wind farm tracks of Midhill 1 and Midhill 2. I also know, so you've been to other parts of the LCT, out towards Clacton Ben and other parts of the upland landscape. And I would say, so that I hope that you'd seen the same as I did, that there is a very distinct difference between both in terms of topography and the complexity of topography, or the simplicity of topography elsewhere, for example, and land cover within the LCT between where the Midhill stream is located, where Fetteresso would be located, and elsewhere within the LCT, notwithstanding the more generalised and strategic comments about its character. When character assessments are undertaken, sir, obviously landscapes change constantly. They're not and they don't fit into nice little packets like we'd like them to. So what character assessment does is what we call best fit analysis, i.e. which homogeneous group does a landscape best fit into, so that we can define these broadly homogeneous landscape character types. It's not to say that all of the landscape within the landscape character type is identical to each other part in the landscape. And that's quite apparent here. There's a general homogeneity across the landscape character type. Some parts of it differ in specific ways, and the middle side differs in that way that the LVI has identified.
Okay, thank you for that. And my last question is around aviation lighting. Could you say what further measures the applicant is considering to reduce the impact of aviation lighting? I'm thinking, for example, the preparation of an aeronautical study for consideration by the CAA to support the installation of fewer lights to nacelles or to the towers, as further mitigating measures.
Well, certainly, so the way in which the impact of lighting could be mitigated was part of the initial design parameters of the scheme. And indeed, through the changes that I in part helped to bring about, the numbers of lights on the turbines were reduced. Therefore, that was a major mitigation in relation to the impact of lighting. I can't tell you because I haven't been involved in any of the negotiations with CAA, but I'm sure others, particularly in the planning hearing session, will probably be able to inform you about that.
Okay, thank you for that. I have no further questions, Mr. Innes. I don't know if you want to take the opportunity to re-examine Mr. Denny.
Yes, sir, I have a number of questions, but in terms of the way I set out this morning, I think we'll keep the camera on Mr. Denny so you don't get seasick. I'll ask the questions and Mr. Denny can respond. I think it's easier that way, but because we can't have mute at the same camera on at the same time. So we'll have Mr. Denny on slot and I'll ask him some supplementary questions. Thank you.
Okay, that's fine. Thank you very much.
Mr. Denny, can I ask you first of all to have before you document CD at 7.12, which was the original Mid-Hill environmental statement. And if you could have before you, essentially, we're going to page 7 of 13 of online, or page 20 of the actual document.
I have page 20.
Yeah, and I want to ask you a bit about the coloured box, if I may. It states that the aim of turbine layout design was to arrive at a wind farm proposal that would be economically viable, technically feasible, and in all aspects and environmentally acceptable. Do you see that as the...
Yes, I do.
Are those, I mean, you're obviously somebody who's acknowledged in evidence that you're regularly involved in these matters. Does that continue to be a general approach that you would say is a matter that is the approach to design of wind farms?
It's always the approach. I'm at pains to say wind farm design is all about the landscape architect just minimising the environmental effects until they don't exist, because it's called no wind farm at all. There's always got to be my view on how we can balance the environmental effects with a scheme which is still economically viable and technically feasible. Otherwise, there'd be no point in carrying out any form of harm to the Scottish landscape if the scheme that was causing that harm was not economically viable and technically feasible.
And looking there on in the same box, it goes on to describe a series of factors that appear to have been taken into account in terms of the actual design of the wind farm at that time.
Yes, it's looked at the selection, number and size of turbines, placement of turbines in the landscape, tracks and their impact on the landscape and associated infrastructure, all of that to try to reduce the effects with respect to visual and landscape resources. And also, of course, other things. I say it's not just about landscape, birds, habitats, heat, archaeology, etc. All of that has still got to be balanced not only with each other, but with the maintaining an economically viable scheme.
And in terms of that, if we just go a couple of pages on, a good example of a constraint is potential wind resource, and that's on page 22. The diagram of Mid-Hill with various wind resources. If we look earlier up, there was an identification of a 45-metre height of wind assessment. First point, I'm not going to ask you about wind assessment because that's clearly not within your provenance. But what I would ask you is, in your experience, has the nature of the wind farm turbine technology developed in the period from, say, 2003 to today?
It's developed dramatically. Not only are modern turbines more efficient and more capable of turning that wind into energy, but of course developers now have turbines of a type in terms of potential heights and swept path that was not available to them in the past. Those turbines can be used on a site to capture the potential wind resource in a way that older turbines couldn't.
And we'll catch up with that later in the design of this particular proposal or its early design. And then when we come to the end of the design process at page 11 of 13, again, we get a box about what they've ultimately considered that the layout, turbine size and number of turbines are appropriate to scale landform as a result of sensitive, well thought out design process. Just understanding what your understanding of what they mean by a design process is obviously, if you could explain how that's done and from your perspective, your input, please.
Yeah, so it usually starts with a layout which the developer sees from their point of view would make best use of the site. That is, most turbines that the site will accommodate within the parameters of keeping the turbines sufficiently separated from one another so they don't steal each other's wind resource. And turbines which are of the height and scale that the developer would like to take into planning. That is never the scheme that actually goes into planning. The iterative design process then starts to take that scheme and look at the impacts it has, the impact it has on peats, on watercourses, how many of the access tracks need to cross watercourses to get to those turbine locations, what the visual impact is, what the impact from landscape character is, how it might impact on land cover, ornithology, eagles. I mean, there are a large number of factors that then start to shape that original starting scheme. And everyone has their contribution, all of the specialists' input, and quite often there's quite a lot of haggling at the design team meetings over this. I mean, I found schemes where I was trying to reduce the visual impact of a turbine, I was increasing the potential to have impacts on the general feeding locations of eagle. When we pushed the turbines back away so they wouldn't unacceptably impact on the eagles, the visual effects went back up. You have to, within that design team, with your fellow experts, who are all bringing forward their different skills to the design, balance all of those factors and still at the same time make the best use of the site to generate renewable energy. And that is what the design iteration process does, balancing all of those things together to come up with the most appropriate and the best use of the site. And all of the team has to then come to a conclusion, particularly led by those with planning expertise within the team, as to whether the ultimate scheme that is decided by the developer that they will take forward into planning has a realistic prospect of gaining consent, because they consider that the benefits will be able to be demonstrated to outweigh the harms that inevitably it will have.
Thank you. Now, in terms of your subsequent cross-examination, went through a range of iterations of Fetteresso 1, 1A, 2, etc. In terms of those, we did not see an actual assessment process. There were descriptions of why things have been dropped, but was there an assessment set out of those alternatives in the way that are a detailed assessment?
I, from memory, don't remember that such an assessment, no.
And the only one that we do have is, of course, the iteration of this scheme between the original and the additional information.
Yes.
And we were asked a significant number of questions about the design approach to this scheme. Can we look at that scheme? Document CD123, which is chapter 3 of the original scheme. And we'll also need to have 1.2.8, which is chapter 8 of the original scheme as well.
1, 2, 3 in front of me.
Well, I'm happy just to deal with that, and then we can move on. It's probably easier, but for those that might want to have them both wearing away to access, that's where we're going. In terms of 3.5.8, are there a number? Well, do these design principles potentially engage issues of landscape and visual, please?
Yes, they do.
And in terms of the bullet points, what do you understand to give due consideration to turbine proportions?
Landscape which reflects the scale of the landscape. So the layout which reflects the scale of the landscape has got to consider the size and swept path of the turbines, because that relates to the scale of the landscape. Avoiding an overly complex and visually confusing layout will also do the same thing. Achieving a balanced composition will do the same thing. Relating turbine height to topography will do the same thing, will encompass height and swept path. Turbine portions, again, would incorporate that. And reflecting the pattern of nearby and existing. So all of those would have elements in it in which both the height and swept path of turbines would have to be considered to meet those criteria.
And in terms of design philosophies, presumably you could choose different design philosophy. You could choose a philosophy to say, I'm going to try and integrate with the existing, or alternatively, you could choose to locate your extension entirely on one end with turbines that were far taller and say, here's a bold extension to the scheme. Presumably, those are options.
They are options. They may give rise to a greater degree of significant effect because of the relationship that you may decide, a developer may decide, that power generation still outweighs the harms. That hasn't occurred in this context. This one sought much more to properly relate and integrate the extension, albeit with larger turbines, with the existing wind farm by using the topography and the landscape and the different scale of turbines within the extension.
And 3.5.9 goes on to give out some further principles, whereby specifically there is a principle of larger turbines being selected to use the lower ground levels. And what benefit does that have in terms of looking at a design that's too integrated?
Well, first of all, it helps those larger turbines integrate with the other turbines in the scheme because their bases are set down. There is a greater homogeneity, therefore, can be achieved within the overall layout. And the reason you can do that now with the larger topography turbines is that taller turbine can still capture the wind resource, albeit it being set down at a lower level in the site. So it both works in terms of maintaining the wind resource power generation and viability of the site. It also works in landscape visual terms in enabling you to balance the new turbines with the existing.
Now, if we see at 3.5.10, what does that tell us about further key objectives?
Well, it also says that the other key objectives specifically were to adopt for the proposed development, also adopt the proposed development and discuss within Chapter 8, of the landscape visual assessment and the EIAR. So those key objectives were taken forward into the landscape visual assessment.
And if we go forward in that document to Chapter 8, that's 1.2.8, and if we go to page 11,
Let's bring up 1.2.8.
Yeah, and we see there 8.6 as a whole, about the proposed Fetteresso development, including design-based mitigation. It then describes the design process set out in chapters 4 and chapter 3, and the design evolution, design integrity within chapter 3, which are adopted, have not been repeated here, but are relevant, and then goes on to very specific aspects of mitigation by design, having regard to designing wind farms and landscape.
Yes, it does. It says mitigation measures as proposed by the applicant to reduce the level of potential impacts and to inform the assessment of residual effects are described below, and then it sets out mitigation by design, sets out what those factors are.
And insofar as those factors are concerned, if we look at those bullet points, to what extent do they relate to factors of integration with the existing Mid-Hill scheme, both one and extension?
Well, they do both because by their very nature they do, or because they expressly say that they do. For example, careful consideration with taking and citing the design of the wind farm and its relationship with Mid-Hill wind farms to minimise confusing the sense of vision. So it either explicitly does it, or it does it merely because those criteria lead you to do it in any event.
And in terms of one aspect of the turbine size was a matter that was raised in the last bullet point. Is that a consideration that was part of this overall process?
Yes. Attention was given to other design issues, such as turbine colour, size and sizing, Asian lighting, etc. So yes, clearly the size of the turbines, and through that the swept path associated with the size of the turbines attention was given to those as one of the design issues.
And insofar as the final scheme that came forward, did it and the current scheme propose turbines that were of differing height in the landscape?
Yes, it did, because the choice to use those turbines of differing height came out of this design mitigation process.
And in terms of cross-examination, you were asked quite extensively about all these design matters, and I had related to a number of occasions where you were saying that all this is assessed in the landscape visual impact, the visual and landscape impact assessment. Can you describe why you thought why the landscape and visual impact assessment is important in considering the design matters? Or
because it's the site-specific LVIA, in my view, is the most important consideration to inform the reporter of what the effects of this scheme will be, because it is a site-specific and detailed assessment of this particular proposal. And that LVIA has taken into account all the matters of differences in size, scale and swept path that occur within the Fetteresso scheme and its relationship to Mid-Hill. So it is, in effect, the most definitive and detailed assessment of what the impact of the proposals will be.
So in that respect, you can have all the design guidance and all the and the principles, but ultimately they have to be tested in the impact assessment. Is that correct?
Yes, they do, because until you've done that, you can't see what the actual effect of the scheme is, and it's that effect which needs to be carried forward into the planning guidance.
And in terms of again, we've already alluded to the fact that the original environmental statement for report for this scheme identified the importance of viability of the tip height. What's your general experience at the current time in relation to, say, in Scotland, your experience of tip height schemes coming forward?
Well, so I haven't been involved in a scheme in the last few years where the tip heights have been less than 149.9. The majority of the schemes that I have been involved in, whether it be feasibility or taking schemes forward into planning or indeed a public inquiry, are 175 and 200. And indeed, so I'm involved in schemes where the tip height is 225. Certainly the overriding trend in the deployment of wind energy into the Scottish landscape now is for the larger topography turbines with large swept path, because that is where we are now with the technology, and that's where we are post feed-in tariff in terms of scheme viability and renewable energy generation.
Right. I'm going to ask you to please then look at CD 4.9. and that's a policy document, which is the onshore wind policy statement. I'm certainly not going to engage you in re-examination of discussing aspects which are policy, but there is a passage which I think is of relevance in the matters that we have canvassed today.
Which CD9 were you looking for?
It's CD 4.9.
Ah, 4. I apologise. So have that.
Now, insofar as what is going to the specific questions we're going to engage with at the policy session in relation to this document. And there are quite a lot of statements about the nature and character of developing technology and particularly turbines. But what I want to deal with is a very specific comment made by the Minister in the foreword at page 3 of the document.
Page 3.
And we see that in the third paragraph, there is the following statement. And this follows on the a statement the Minister made about the onshore wind will continue to play a vital role in Scotland's future, helping to substantially decarbonise. That's a policy matter. So I don't want you to discuss that aspect. The only bit I'm interested in is the next paragraph, because it then goes on to say that the important role means that we must support the development in the right places and increasingly the extension and replacement of existing sites where acceptable with new and larger turbines based on appropriate case-by-case assessment of their effects and impacts. Now, Mr. Den, does that support your approach to this matter?
Yes, it does. And in fact, it goes back to the point I made in answer to Mr. Findlay, where I said that I had been involved in the Hagshaw Hill repowering, which was Scotland's oldest wind farm. Talking about how if you took the design criteria for that wind farm, you would never have done anything any bigger because it was very old and very small. And that site was repowered and approved by the Scottish ministers with much larger turbines, because that is what is happening in the Scottish landscape as we seek to gain the best we can from the sites which come up either for repowering or for extensions, and the deployment of these larger topography turbines because of the better way in which they can use the wind resource and generate renewable energy.
So I do object to that question. It's a policy question. It had nothing to do with my cross-examination. And if this witness was going to give evidence about whether a onshore wind policy statement supports his approach in any particular instance, it's unacceptable to do it in re-examination.
Mr. Innes, we do have a session. So, Mr. Innes, we do have a session planned to discuss renewable energy policy, and perhaps these questions are better asked and addressed in that context.
Just to say, so that was all the question I wanted, but it was only in the question about the assessment of extensions and taller extensions that I was making. And I think the fact that Mr. Denny was cross-examined on the approach to considering extensions and how they should be approached, and what he said was consistent in my submission with what the Minister has articulated in relation to that passage. I'm not asking to comment on the policy. It was whether it was stated the assessment approach was accepted. And that, I don't need to go any further, sir. That's the only question. There's no further follow-up. It was just that general point. I'm happy to leave it to the policy session, sir.
Okay, well, thank you for that. Thank you.
If we can now, you were asked about 2.4 of your report, and where you had set out essentially what was containing hills and landforms in and around the application site. And I think, as you were correct, Mr. Finney at various points was equating the points of height as to whether they were completely obscure matters, and your response was, as I noted it, was it would all depend on where the receptor was, as opposed to purely a question of height. Is that?
Yes, that's correct. I mean, if you're stood on the top of a 400-metre high hill, you'll be able to see the turbines. you'd only have to drop down the contours a matter of a few meters on the opposite side of the hill before the hill now screened those turbines from you. So it depends on where the receptor is as to the impact that surrounding and screening landform has on one's views of turbines.
And just to understand the consequence of that, if we take even the theoretical worst case, which is set out in ZTVs, if we have a look at figure 4.6, which I think is CD 1.12. .7, I think it is. That's a ZTV which incorporates the revised Fetteresso, mid-hill 1 and 2, and within that, what we see on the diagram is where we've got shared visibility between the existing and Fetteresso. It's green, Fetteresso blue, and mid-hill 1 and 2 only yellow. And a number of points were put to you by Mr. Finlay about taller turbines potentially creeping over landform features and thereby extending, no doubt, the line of argument extending visibility. What does figure 4.6 tell us about that?
Sorry, I didn't, with respect, I didn't make any point about that at all, about creeping over landscape features and increasing visibility. Mr. Innes is taking the cross-examination wholly out of context. I simply sought to contrast the scale of as this witness accepted, a limited enclosure bowl with the scale of the turbines. I wasn't, I'm afraid Mr. Innes is going too far.
Mr. Innes?
So that's not correct. During the cross-examination, this particular matter, the extent of visibility was raised about landforms and the extent to which visibility would be then exceeded by having taller turbines. This diagram assists you in answering that question. It was a matter directly raised by Mr. Finlay in cross-examination. He raised the cross-examination about the containment of 2.4. He challenged it in relation to turbines, and I'm entitled in re-examination to put that in context back with Mr. Denny. I really, in my submission, don't see why Mr. Denny can't comment on that in relation to this particular aspect.
I do recall, Mr. Finlay, that you did refer to figure 4.6, I think you were in the context of viewpoint 11. And I think you were asking Mr. Denny about that, or trying to making the point that the effects could be seen beyond the 5-kilometre ring that you described.
That was figure 4.3.
4.3.
That was that. With respect to that, was a different point. I wasn't suggesting any stage to Mr. Denny. There were significant areas where the Fetteresso would be seen, but mid-hill would not, which is what all this diagram would tell you. It doesn't tell you anything about the extent to which they'd be seen or the numbers that would be seen. I was simply seeking to use the extent of the bowl to demonstrate the height of the turbines. At that stage, with respect to Mr. Innes, I wasn't making any point about turbines creeping into, sighted turbines creeping into areas where they otherwise would not have been seen.
Mr. Innes?
That's not an accurate depiction of how I recall the cross-examination. It was in relation to paragraph 2.4 of Mr. Denny's report, and it was the extent to which, effectively, that was effective containment. And one of the matters raised by Mr. Finlay in cross-examination was the extent about solar turbines. And effectively, the line which he was not seeking to run was effectively, that's all well and good, but you've got bigger turbines, so the containment won't be as effective. And I've got a diagram which depicts how effective the containment is, both for the scheme which is before you and the previous two schemes. It's a relatively simple point, and I think Mr. Finlay almost conceded the point before you when he said, I agree it, but all I want is it from my witness.
Mr. Ennis wishes to persist with this point, which did not arise out of cross-examination. I'm not going to object anymore. What he can take from this, he's got to be very careful before he leads his witness again, respect what he can take from this figure.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Ennis. I'm happy for you to proceed.
Yeah. What do you take from figure 4.6, Mr. Denny?
What I take from it is that from the majority of the landscape where you can see the Fetteresso turbines, you could also see in some part or other the mid-hill turbines. On that part of the landscape to the south, where you can see the Fetteresso turbines in isolation, those two big blue swathes to the south, those are not areas where either the LVIA or the council consider there to be significant effects. And where the significant effects lie of Fetteresso seen in isolation, where you don't already see the mid-hill turbines, it's in that 5 kilometre section of the blue out to the east, heading out towards the coast, the Ockenblay area, where the LVIA does identify significant effects.
I want to just raise one point, Mr. Denny, with a question that Porter raised about that landscape character types. When undertaking a landscape and visual assessment, and you're given background baseline information, what do you then, in your professional judgment, do with it in terms of then considering it for assessment purposes?
Well, certainly if there's a published document on landscape character, then that would be your starting point for an LVIA. Indeed, GVLA 3 tells you that you should seek and look for any adopted or published character assessment guidance as your starting point. But what GVLA 3 also tells you is you should then go on to carry out particularly a more localised and site-specific, more detailed landscape visual impact assessment that goes beyond those broader strategic landscape character assessments that are the published documentation. So the two tools come together within an LVIA, but it isn't one without the other.
Thank you. And I just like to finish off with one visualization. I left that to last because the visualizations always seem to cause the longest delay but I want to very briefly look with you at CD 1.12.30, which is the viewpoint west of Palermo. It's viewpoint 11.
Yes.
Can I ask you to look at 4.29 lowercase e, which is the Y-line drawing of the proposed Fetteresso turbines alone. Form, please.
Yes.
Could you describe the relationship between the turbines and the landform that you see in front of you, please?
Well, the thing that's most clear in looking at that wire line is the turbines don't sit on the top of that landform, that they clearly sit back within it. Indeed, for some of them, their hubs are only just showing above the landform, which is an indication that, because we know the scale of the turbines, that they're sitting well back within that landform. They're not sitting along the ridge, they're set back within the upland landscape.
And insofar as testing that, is the extent of visibility of tower one of a factor you take into account?
Well, yes, of course. I mean, although we went through earlier citing designing wind farm the landscape, and it has various things it says about backclothing and various things it says about skylining, but certainly a turbine that sits up onto an upland ridgeline and appears to be on the edge of that ridgeline will have a greater visual effect and a greater landscape effect than a turbine which is clearly perceived to be set back within the landscape. And indeed, SNH have always been at pains to seek to have turbines set back in the upland landscapes for that very reason.
Now, if we can go back to 49A, I'd be grateful if we could perhaps look at the more southern area of the proposed or southern relationship of the southern turbines. There's a group of about 5 turbines. What I just want you to do is describe, in your view, how the woodland in and around that vicinity sits within the landscape, please. Description. I'm not directing. You describe how you see it in terms of how that woodland fits.
Well, in part, the woodland clothes the valley sides and comes down to the valley bottoms. In part of the view, you can see that the wood line sits along the ridge line, and therefore you can see that it runs back into the upland landscape. So the forestry is not only changing one's ability to see the extent of the turbines, is also changing your ability to understand and appreciate the underlying landform.
Thank you, Mr. Denny. Thank you. So that concludes your explanation.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Finlay, that's just after 4:30. I don't know how you wish to proceed, whether it's time to hear Mr. Steele present his evidence in chief, or whether you prefer to leave that to tomorrow morning.
So perhaps I can start with Mr. Steele's evidence in chief and hopefully finish it but before 5 o'clock. I was not proposing to ask him to read his precognition or really any part of it, but just I think perhaps 4 supplementary topics which we should be able to cover in half an hour. But I'm in your hands as to whether we start them at 9:30 or now.
Well, I'm happy to proceed. Yes, let's do that. And then Mr. Innes will have the floor first thing tomorrow morning. So let's hear from Mr. Steele. Thank you.
So, Mr. Steele,
Hearing lots of echo there, Mr. Finlay.
I'm concerned about that because Mr. Steele's in fact in a separate room, with the idea of trying to avoid that altogether. Mr. Steele and I can hopefully use the same process that Mr. Denny did, so that I will mute as soon as I finish asking a question, and likewise with Mr. Steele.
Okay, let's give that a go.
Mr. Steele, I don't know whether you can put on your camera, because I think it's important that we see you.
I can see Mr. Steele.
I've got it. Yes, I can see myself.
So just to explain, I think my system may be voice activated or the like. So I just wanted to confirm that he was on screen.
Yes.
Mr. Steele, Mark Steele, your qualifications and experience are set out in your inquiry report, but you're a landscape architect with some significant experience. Is that correct?
That's correct.
I'm going to take your precognition as read, but I'm going to ask you a number of additional points. The first being about the NatureScot draft landscape sensitivity assessment guidance, which, hang on, I will just which I think is CD 414, but we needn't turn it up unless you wish to do so. Can I have your comments on that, and whether it is a matter of concern to you that Aberdeenshire's document is called a landscape capacity assessment?
There's 3 points regarding the NatureScot document. The first one is that it's not referred to in any of the NatureScot responses, whereas the capacity assessment is. The landscape sensitivity assessment guidance is in draft form and is still out to consultation. So whether or not it's going to be published in late autumn or not is still to be determined. And finally, the strategic landscape capacity assessment for wind energy in Aberdeenshire is based on an assessment of the landscape and visual sensitivity. We don't need to turn it up, but CD 3.4, the capacity study itself, the executive summary at the beginning, the first sentence spells that out.
Thank you. Thank you. If we can move on to a combined topic, Mr. Denny referred in his report to the in CD 615 to the Mull Hill Wind Farm decision, his paragraphs 413 to 415, in support of his wider case on the Highland boundary fault, which he covered also in answer both to me and to the reporter about a distinct subtype. I'm going to come to the Mull Hill Wind Farm report in a moment, but first of all, I'd like you to have regard to viewpoint 12, which is CD 1.12.31, looking particularly at, so it's viewpoint is AI figure 4.30A, and to give your view to the reporter on whether there is a subtype evident there, supported or otherwise by NatureScot or the landscape assessment, and the extent to which the Highland boundary fault line is evident, and the sensitivity of this particular site.
Okay, if we refer to viewpoint 12 in the first instance, the skyline that we're looking at, there's no break in the slope or the line of that escarpment as one views it from there. It's a relatively consistent height along its full length of that view. The ground in the foreground of that view is the how. Is the how of the mains, which extends right across to the central part of that central view, to the foreground of the proposed development. And indeed, views points 3 and 9 are located down within that area, and it's immediately apparent in that area that it's a very flat and level area. Now, the landform immediately to the northeast of that is more undulating, and that's reflected in the ZTV, which shows hue shadows, etc. But the escarpment continues along that line, and indeed it continues along the let's just check the name of it, the Brae of Glenbervie, and the minor road that runs along the foot of Glenbervie actually delineates the toe of that escarpment. So it quite clearly continues on through to Stonehaven. Now clearly it does, the scale of it does diminish as it approaches Stonehaven, but that transition doesn't occur just before the site starts, if you like. The site is quite clearly on a prominent ridgeline at that point and can be seen as such.
Thank you. Just staying with that point. In terms of Mr. Denny's purported identification of a separate landscape character subtype, is it, in your view, is that supported either by the landscape character assessments or your appreciation of the character in this area?
The character assessment identifies forestry as one of the characteristics of the LCT. And in viewpoint 12, it's quite apparent that to the right of the view, some of the escarpment doesn't have forestry on it, and yet the forestry extends to the left and the escarpment does have forestry on it. So it's not in the immediate, only in the immediate vicinity of Fetteresso itself. If we go to viewpoint 4, which is CD 1.12.23, and looking in a northeasterly direction there, one can see that there's a mosaic of forestry and open moorland which characterize that area. And indeed, if we go to CD 1.12.4, we can see that there's areas of forestry which are in a grey shade at that point, and one can see that yes, there is forestry to the northeast of the development, and to the west and to the south, and indeed there's areas of forestry that extend to the north and northwest of the development area as well. So it's not quite as clear cut as is described in Mr. Denny's evidence. I would describe it as a mosaic of forested areas within and moorland areas.
Can we come back to the Mulhull Wind Farm, which I think is CD 7.8. And firstly, was that a wind farm that you were involved, a wind farm decision that you were involved with?
Yes, I attended that. It was a landscape hearing for Mulhull.
And in your view, does it support Mr. Denny's approach that because, well, in his view, the Highland boundary fault isn't as accentuated at this particular location as it is in other locations, that lesser regard should be had to it?
No, it doesn't. Paragraph 46 concludes that I am unaware of a similar situation demonstrating so clearly the break between the lowlands and the highlands, other than perhaps elsewhere along the fault line. So that's the point, is that the contrast between the lowland and highlands runs all the way along the boundary fault line. And it's particularly apparent in this location because of the Howe of the Mearns and its contrast with the topography and the escarpment that's caused by the fault line and the visibility of the proposed development sitting on the skyline of that escarpment.
I'm grateful. Is there anything else you'd like to say about the Mull Hill decision before you're cross-examined on it, if necessary?
Well, there was some discussion, and you can see that in paragraphs 21, carrying on to 37. There was discussion about whether the fault line was of national importance, and the conclusion that was, even though it wasn't designated, that it was of national importance as a landscape feature.
Thank you. If we can move on to the last point that I want to ask you about, it's penultimate point, perspective. I think I took Mr. Denny to siting and design in the landscape, which is CD 6.7 at paragraph 333, which gives guidance on perspective. By And you might want to remind yourself of the guidance contained therein.
I have it in front of me.
And the use of scaling features. By reference to, say, viewpoint 4 and any other viewpoints that you wish to draw the reporter's attention to, what do you say the impact of being able to see turbines both in front of, beside and behind an existing wind farm is, where they are of significant different scale?
Well, if we're looking at viewpoint 4, which I am, the irony here is that the scale indicators are the existing turbines. And they're not just scale indicators in terms of height, it's the actual rotor diameters as well, which is perhaps of more importance. You mustn't forget that the rotor diameters here are actually greater than the height of the existing turbines. And if one looks at the contrast between the size of the proposed turbines, particularly those to the front of the existing turbines, they are substantially larger. And that contrast in scale is apparent for the ones that sit adjacent to it as well. But then when you get to the situation where larger turbines exist beyond, in terms of turbines numbers 1, 2, and 3, that starts to then confuse the image. It confuses perspective, as logic would suggest that the turbines would get smaller as they became more distant. And they are apparently more distant because they sit beyond and are seen behind the existing turbines. Now, furthermore, I note that there's Craig Neal there, which is a proposed wind farm. And should that get consented, that would add further to the confusion, because that's logically the turbines that are shown there are smaller and they sit in considerable contrast to the proposed turbines, which are in green.
Thank you. Unless there's anything further you want to say about perspective, there's just one further matter I want to ask you about, which arose in Mr. Denny's re-examination. That was with respect to viewpoint 11, which is figure 4.29, and CD 1.12.30. So tell me when you've got that.
I have it, James.
Grateful. And you, Mr. Denny was asked about both figure A and E, and was making the point, particularly with respect to figure E, that the lower group of turbines, or the left-hand group of turbines, don't sit on top of the ridgeline, but sit back within it. You may recall that evidence. I'll ask you to turn back to figure A, to both have the advantage of the turbines and the background photograph. To what extent do you consider that those turbines stay within the grouping and stay back from the ridgeline as the current mid-hill turbines do, or otherwise extend beyond the fault line, closer to the viewer?
The proposed turbines clearly sit in front of the existing turbines, and as was agreed by Mr. Denny, that the majority of the visibility of the blade tips of the existing turbines would be screened by forestry. So, to a large extent, the proposed development will be introducing wind farm development to that view. And clearly, the difference in scale means that they are encroaching towards the edge of the escarpment, and quite clearly so. So effectively, they're advancing towards you. And this is perhaps even more apparent when one looks at the settlement viewpoint 1, which is CD 1.12.37, where one is then looking directly towards that group that was described before. And one can see them advancing down the slope toward the viewer at that particular point. And the contrast in scale there is quite stark, with the nearer of the proposed turbines contrasting quite dramatically in scale with the existing mid-hill turbines at that point.
And you heard Mr. Denny's explanation. You heard Mr. Denny's explanation that the mitigation that I discussed with him about Mid-Hill 2 and the withdrawing of the turbines near, I think it's Toft Hill, were effectively being replaced by bigger and indeed larger turbines. What do you, in terms of the landscape and visual impact, is the explanation that, well, matters have just moved on, adequate explanation for undoing the mitigation for the previous wind farm, in your view?
No, I was surprised by that argument, to be perfectly honest. If one looks at this view, and the point that was being made about viewpoint 11 was that the turbines sat beyond the ridgeline, whereas in this particular view, they appear to sit on the ridgeline rather than beyond it. Now, some to the left appear to be beyond it, but the ones towards the centre less so. Now, if we imagine that the turbines that are shown in green were 125 and a comparable scale with the existing turbines, they would still give the impression of advancing down, and that was what was identified as a particular issue at this particular viewpoint. Also find it surprising that this wasn't taken forward as a full viewpoint with full visualizations and assessment, because clearly the effects here would have been found significant. But just to reiterate, the difference in scale between the rotor diameters and the height, if one looks to the turbines to the right, is stark at this point, and it probably would have significant effects upon residents within Rock and Blow at this point.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Steele. Those were all my questions in chief. So it may be overnight I'm prompted that I've forgotten something given the lateness of the hour, but subject to that, that's Mr. Steele's evidence in chief.
Okay, thank you very much. I think that's probably an appropriate point to finish for the day. So we'll start tomorrow at 9:30, whether that's Mr. Innes cross-examining Mr. Steele, or whether it's a question you think of overnight, Mr. Finlay. But so we'll start tomorrow morning at 9:30 with Mr. Steele presenting Stephen's cross-examination from Mr. Innes. So okay, Mr. Straw, I saw you raise your hand a couple of times during the afternoon's proceedings. Is there a question that you have to ask before we close finally for today?
Sorry. Well, yeah. Well, really, I was actually just asking. I couldn't understand the cross-examination. I mean, I know none of us are supposed to lead information. I couldn't understand why the applicants. Perhaps I don't fully understand the form of the inquiry, but I couldn't understand how the applicant's solicitor should be cross-examining the applicant. And it just seemed like a leading of information of one, but just a way to elicit information from the applicant's side, where both parties are on the applicant's side. I thought a cross-examination was was of the adverse, the other party examining that. That was the whole meaning of cross-examination. So I couldn't understand that aspect of the inquiry.
Okay. Well, it's only right and proper that any witness that presents evidence, the person presenting the case has the opportunity to re-examine them. That's common practice in these kind of inquiries. So,
then can I just say that, I mean, we've been constantly told throughout this process that we're not allowed to lead evidence on any particular way, and I just thought that really was leading evidence from one party.
okay, well, I didn't see it as such, Mr. Strawn.
Okay.
So, but anyway, we can. If you have any further questions, please do contact Morag about the process and any questions that you may have. So,
thank you.
Anyway, we'll leave it there for today.
So before you finish, I just wondered, as a matter of programming, whether Mr. Innes had any idea of roughly how long cross-examination might take, so we could determine whether we might get to policy tomorrow afternoon.
Okay, Mr. Innes.
So yes, I've just got 2 points that I obviously want to respond to Mr. Strawn. I mean, re-examination is generally an opportunity to answer open questions. So you ask, that's the point of re-examination. I'm not to direct the witness to a particular answer. I ask a series of questions designed around him being able to answer and respond to matters that were raised in cross. And that's what I sought to do. Never always perfect, but certainly I attempt to be as to asking open questions.
You're also employed by the applicant, though, are you not?
Yeah. The second point I was just going to make in programming terms is there's a document which we're going to have some extensive discussion of tomorrow, which is document 3.4, which is the Strategic Landscape Capacity Assessment for Wind Energy in Aberdeenshire. As it currently sits as a core document, it's broken up into about 1 million parts, which will be physically impossible to have a reasonably dynamic cross-examination. And all I say is that it would be a lot better if parties had downloaded that particular document if they want to follow the cross-examination, because I am not going to propose to go through every segment bit as set out in the CD list, or otherwise it will become impossible. And it's really a matter for Mr. Steele. I hope that he perhaps has a copy of the document, as opposed to being reliant on picking through the CD breakdown, which I think will be unworkable.
Okay, thank you. And in response to Mr. Finley's question about the timing, perhaps?
Well, the timing, as with all these things, I've really only got 2 key passages, and I think I will probably be just over the morning. And I would anticipate that we should be capable of starting the policy session in the afternoon. And clearly that would be the ambition. The good thing about the policy session is that it's got quite clear breakdowns. So even if we had an hour, that might well get half of it done. We can do Wednesday morning, but it just uses up that time effectively. So I'm confident that we will get onto it tomorrow. As with all things, these inquiries get more focused. I think we've been to view 3.11 already a number of times. I probably don't need to go back there extensively. We've got our points made. So a lot of that gets always fleshed out on day one. In relation to getting back to viewpoints, it's unlikely that I'm going to have to go back to as many. And probably more documents that I go back to, and perhaps context of viewpoints, but without going through the same level of viewpoint analysis. So I'm hopeful that we'll finish early afternoon, and that should afford an opportunity to get on with things in policy in the later afternoon.
I'm grateful for that, and if it will assist Mr. Innes's cross-examination, if he were able to give a list of any other documents that Mr. Steele should have open, even half an hour before we start tomorrow morning, that may also assist the swift progress. But that I know is quite an onerous task, so only if that's possible. But I'm grateful for the heads up for the landscape character assessment.
Okay.
and I agree with him that it's almost impossible to work through in the split up version it is on the in the core document list.
Okay. Okay, we'll call it a day there then, and we'll reconvene at 9:30 tomorrow morning. So thank you very much, everyone. Thank you.